All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. Hope your week's off to a good start, or Tuesday if you're other part of the world. I don't know, whatever. Or if you're watching a VOD, whatever. Who gives a shit? Um, I really gotta come with a better line. It's been 8 years, and that's all I got. Wow. Anyways, so we are working on this dock right here. You can see the live version of it, the current whip, using my ngrok session here. This doc is to help people that know the Purple 2 API get to the Purple 3 API. This is a first draft, first attempt at this, and it is getting long. As you can see, there are terminology changes, there are lots of conceptual changes, and yeah, how's it going, Goodspeed? Welcome, welcome. So there's still a bunch more things I need to fill in here. I went a little overboard on making an example for the how asynchronous APIs work in G-Object or in glib. Sorry, GIO. And how you would do that for implementing set topic in a protocol. So I gave, it's by no means a copy paste you're done thing, but it gives you the concepts. It doesn't do air checking. I mean, it does a little air checking, but not nearly as much as it should, and stuff like that. But it's there. It's better than it used to be. But it uses some made up API or HTTP based chat network where if you request /channel/topic, or if you post a /channel/topic with a query string with the channel ID and the topic string, it'll set it. That's the concept, right? And then it shows you how to do all that. Yeah. It's it's a thing. Getting there. Oh shit, I just realized we could have used GObject set data for that. Alright, well, whatever. It's fine. Had to describe how UI data is gone, proto data is gone, our conversion from subsystems to managers, how tags work, protocol interfaces is one of the next things to do, and it's going to be giant and it's going to suck. Also, I cleaned up some of my office here today, and I stirred up a ton of dust. So I am probably going to be sneezing all freaking night, so I'm going to apologize ahead of time. Then there's a breakdown of what contacts are and how they all work. This is already covered in terminology. Terminology saying that Purple Buddy became Purple Contact, or became Purple Person, kind of. And whatever. You can read the doc and go through it. And then there's how we manage contacts, our change from our preferences to G settings. The status API. I was going to put a thing in here about idle time, but people will figure it out. The thing too is, like, this isn't supposed to be like a, hey, this will tell you everything. This is supposed to get you started, because if I throw everything at you, that's too much. But right now there's nothing, so it's not enough, and like, got to find that balance. So right now we're starting here. Attachments, describing the difference between attachments, file transfers, kind of, but then there's also inline. You gotta read it. It's defining our 4 display functions. So this one's actually fun. So in Purple 2, we had a number of features like local aliases and avatars, but the problem is there was no helper for any of this. So it got implemented multiple times, which is sometimes why stuff wouldn't show aliases and stuff, if you remember bugs from way back when. So to just avoid that entire thing, we now just have these properties that are on the objects. You'll get notified. It'll automatically update, does the right thing all the time. Yeah! Notifications. Yeah. The other thing I wanted to do, dev.2/grim, is I wanted to go through my blog post here. And, oh, we should talk about this too. Alright, so, like, I wrote the blog post and stuff as a way to try to, like, drive people to Patreon, stuff like that. It never caught on enough and whatever. And that's fine. I'm not complaining about that. But the thing is, like, I need to, all that stuff lives on Dev2 and Patreon, and I need to get, like, a hard copy of it for myself. But right now it's a good excuse for or not good excuse it's a good place to grab all this information from, of stuff as I talked about it back then, and then just even to give me the idea of things that I need to mention, right? So that's cool. So we're just gonna run that real quick. I should. Oh yeah, it did work because I loaded. Okay, so. Sure, reload. I'm not sure. Okay. So we were gonna. We'll just knock this out right away. What was it again? I already forgot. Entry protocols. So this is more. I guess we're gonna put this under conceptual changes. I guess let's start up here. In tree protocols. In the purple 2 days, actually I guess we can say in the lib game and purple 2 days, we used to accept accepted. So I'm always hesitant to start writing stuff like this on stream because I am not necessarily a strong writer. It's not that what I write is necessarily bad, it's that I struggle with getting there, and that's okay. But this is what you all are in for tonight. So we'll see what happens. But so in the lib game purple 2 days, we accepted many protocols into our main code base. This made things easier for users as it was less things for them to find, download, and install. But it came a much heavier cost than we realized. Over time, the people maintaining these protocols would retire, and the remaining developers didn't have access to servers and to the required servers and networks to test these plugins, which of course meant everything started to bit rot. On top of that, the protocol, the proprietary protocols were always a legal gray, a legally dubious point of contention. Which has caused some people to shy away, as well as have employers ask their employees not to contribute to the project, even if they were not be affiliated with the project. So, in Purple 3, we are only carrying nowadays distribution and discovery is much easier, especially with things like Flatpak, what's the link for Flatpak? We don't really, like, I shouldn't have to link to it, but it's fine. Things like Flatpak, I guess we can say homebrew. Homebrew. No, I'm not. We're not gonna put homebrew on here. And all of the other package managers and software stores that are out there. So we are now only carrying open source and open specification based protocol plugins. This means stuff like IRCv3. I should link to that. Whatever, I know what it is. cv3.net. Actually, it's a www. I don't know if they cv3.net. They do not redirect. Okay. I hate like when you get a link to something, you get redirected a bunch of times. It's just stupid traffic for no reason. So I always try to make sure, like, if they redirect to www, put www in, right? Save the user and the web server's additional hits, right? This means we will only ever carry plugins for protocols like IRCv3, XMPP, xmpp.org, right? Where do they redirect to? They do not. Okay. Matrix. The matrix.org, I don't remember. Yes. And so on. All third-party protocols all protocols that connect to proprietary networks or are reverse engineered will not be accepted into our main repository. That doesn't mean we won't have any of them as separate repositories, just that our main releases only contain open source and open specification protocols. This is better for everyone as it keeps our focus on us focused on open source and open specifications. HPCI. It's also better for the proprietary protocol plugin authors, or we'll say maintainers, as they don't have to wait for us for a release when the owners of the protocol make a breaking change. Might be a bit more work for users, but the app stores out there should make discoverability easier and keep them up to date as well. Okay. Right, that's that. This is it. I swear, I've never even written this. All the documentation stuff and blog posts and stuff like that I put into Pidgin is way more work than I've ever done for anything school related, which is both ridiculous and sad. But it's kind of funny at the same time. Yeah, what the hell? Why am I not seeing? Okay. Like, I wasn't noticing the gutter stuff at all. And I'm like, wait a second. What's going on here? Okay, good. Alright, entry protocols. Mobile version. We're not going to touch on that here. We're talking about G plugin. I need to write an actual formal talk on that. I kind of forgot I wrote a blog post on it 2 years ago. Oh, we could mention Mason. We should probably do that. Yeah, let's start with that. Mason. You may or may... Oh, you know what? I should build the docs. Ninja doc. So if anyone's curious, we are building... It's been a while since I mentioned this. We are building a document to describe to people how to migrate from Purple 2. This is going to be a living doc. It's going to take some time. But I'm trying to get a good first pass on it to get a lot of stuff done. So that people that know Pidgin 2 well or Purple 2 well are able to look at it and then start asking me other questions where I can fill in the blanks. So this is kind of like a very targeted FAQ. And yeah. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I just killed the music. But yeah, so anyways, then I can fill the blanks, right? And then, they can get their questions answered. And maybe they find something that was a problem that needs to be figured out, right? But me trying to go back and be like, over the past 9.5 years and be like, what was important? It's been really hard. But here we are. All right, Mason, as you may or may not know, we moved to, what's capitalization on Mason? It's build.com. Did not redirect. Capital N. Mason as our build system some time ago. Mason is a very easy to use and capable build system. It has a lot of stuff built in to make our lives easier But the absolute biggest thing is that we can use it everywhere. In the purple 2 days, we had 2 build systems. One on Windows and one for everything else. With Mason, this is no longer a thing. As it runs everywhere. Does come with a few caveats, a few small caveats. First of all, don't want to get into this topic or not. So there's more than one implementation of Mason. So Mason itself is written in Python. There's another one whose name I can't think of. I want to say it's no, it's not Neuron. How's it going, Dirty Breeze? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Those of you that don't know, Dirty Breeze is another streamer in the Milwaukee area. He also does some programming on stream occasionally, I think. And either way, you should go give him a follow. He also does DJ stuff too. I don't know if I don't remember if you say you do on stream programming or not. It's just DJ. I don't remember. It's been a while. You're doing good. Good to hear. Yeah, so I've been trying to ping Business about getting another meetup going, and he hasn't responded. I guess he was trying to get it set up at another place, and then I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. Yeah. You didn't get flooded out or anything, did you? My backyard got super flooded, but my house stayed mostly dry. My basement normally takes on some water during a normal rainstorm, so it's not a big deal. I didn't get anything more. Yeah, just a bit. 14 and a half inches, I think, was the maximum. Which is absurd. Absolutely absurd. So, but yeah, so we are, tonight we are working on a document to help people migrate from Purple 2 to Purple 3. And I've been working on this all week. And I'm hopefully going to finish it up today. It's the first one. Yeah, just over 6 down on the south side. Yeah. I don't know how much exactly it was by me. I'm not too far from Timmerman. Lucky rain totals Timmerman. I mean, Timmerman's still like a good 10-ish, 15-minute drive. Yeah, so Timmerman saw 14.5. How far am I from Timmerman? Directions from home. I am 4.3 miles or 11 minutes from Timmerman. So, yeah. MMSD has a site for it. MMSD rain totals. I don't know that we're going to get closer than Timmerman, but we'll see. Maybe. Oh, the site's slow. Alright, so... Okay, I'm not far from that one. Oh, this is not current. I mean, this is current. That's a problem. Alright, hold on. Get your newsletter, man. Let's see if there's a better... Okay. Actually, oh no, that one's way further than I'm thinking. I'm misreading the address. That one might be closer. Alright, well, I'm between these two, so let's jump down real far. This update every like 15 minutes? Holy cow. Oh no, where's the totals? Then you have to math. Yeah, I'm at I'm at some rain gauge site, but yeah, whatever. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not far from Timmerman, right? So we got a lot. Like, I don't know how much, but I know that it was 4 to 6 inches deep in my backyard in one point. And that's a lot of rain. So like in my house, the alley's here and there's steps to the backyard and then there's steps to go up to the porch, right? So the steps back here, like it slants this way. The steps back here was 4 to 6 inches. I'm not sure how deep, but I put on my winter boots and water was coming in through the laces or the lace holes. Not like a ton, but enough that my feet were getting wet. So, you know, winter boots to get water in through that sucks. But there was water all the way my entire backyard to my house. But like at the house, it was only like a 1/4 inch, maybe half an inch. But then like around the house up to the front, it was still puddles and stuff all the way to. It was, yeah. You have a lake and it's like 12 inches over normal. Yikes. Yeah, it's absurd. Absolutely absurd. I'm just happy that, you know, like I saw some of the pictures of people's places and yeah, I'm very fortunate. I'm very happy that that was not my scenario. I saw the pictures of people at State Fair too, and all the cars everywhere. You're just like, oh, that's oof. It's a bad time. bad time. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, exactly. Like shit happens, right? It's yeah. But, you know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Muon, that's what it's called. There's Muon. Your father-in-law had his car fully submerged in his apartment complex garage? Oof. That's not cool. That sucks. That is a bummer. Yeah. So like me getting to my garage is difficult because everything was flooded in, right? But like I'm sitting here watching the camera in my garage, like we're still dry. All right, cool. Like it hasn't leaked yet. But, you know, is what it is. It's okay. So, Dirty Beers, I don't remember. Did you say you ever used Pidgin? I'm no judgment or anything. I don't remember. Because I like I said, I know you're whatever you do development stuff, and I don't know. Okay, did you ever write a plugin or anything for it? Again, this is just informational and curiosity. Nope. Okay, no, it's fine. So I don't know if you caught this as you're coming in, but I'm writing this doc on how to help people that know Purple 2 and earlier to move to Purple 3. And it's a long doc. But if you're curious and want to go through it. But anyways, the reason I'm asking is I'm looking for more input of what people think are important. What are things that are a big deal to them, right? Because like I was explaining earlier, like, so I took over Pidgin in January of 2016. And our focus at that point turned entirely towards Pidgin 3 and Purple 3. So for the past 9.5 years, we have been putting this together. And now I'm sitting here trying to write a doc to explain decisions and how we got to things and why we did things certain ways over the past 9.5 years. Probably should have done it in process, but whatever. But anyways, I'm asking because I don't know what's important to people, right? Like I can make assumptions, but yeah. It's a thing. So yeah. So anyways, I haven't seen you stream recently. Have you been streaming? Although you stream on the weekends, don't you? I don't remember. And I'm not normally paying attention to Twitch on the weekends. They feed it to GPT. Yeah. Oh, you're 7 and 9 a.m. Yeah. That's why I never see you. Them sleeping hours. Yes, proper sleeping time. Yes, exactly. Exactly. The only time I'm ever awake before 9 a.m. is when I have a stupid work meeting. And I'm just like, damn you people being in Italy. Like, it's fine. But, like, it's like 4 o'clock for them, and it's 9 in the morning for me, and I'm just like, what? No, we did that 2 weeks ago. It's just like, brain hurts, not awake, not fair. Yeah, all right, that explains why I never see stream. Because I'm sleeping. Whereas I'm normally streaming when everybody else is sleeping. So yeah. Implemented in Python. Bam. So somehow it's easier for you to get up early than trying to stream after work when you're brain dead. No, it totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. Yeah, like, so one of the things I do to help me stay fresh on Pidgin is I don't really do professional development anywhere more. I mean, I can, but right now I don't. I do DevOps for a job. So then I come home and my brain is fresh for programming. It's all tired and done with DevOps crap. But programming, fine. I mean, to be fair, I do have to write a small amount of code while doing DevOps stuff, but you know, it's nothing like, let me design an API for, right? Like, there's none of that. It's like, shit, how do I make this work? And you're like, oh, okay, if I do this, yeah, okay, right? And then it's good. Which, problems. Which can sometimes be problematic to install and keep up to date on Windows and Mac OS. That's fine. But yeah, so, you know, just trying to grind through this stuff, go from there. We got a whole bunch of stuff to get done too, but already, I almost said October. August has been a lot more productive month. It feels like it's definitely started out to be a lot more productive than July did, which is okay. That's fine. Right? I mean, we're an open source project. You know, our productivity isn't gonna. There's no PKIs, and nobody's gonna get or lose their bonus over anything. It's, you know, it is what it is. I mean, obviously, I want to get shit done so like I can rest. Yeah, I know. Summer's been flying by. Schools are back in like 2 weeks, right? That's nuts. That'd be the 25th. So Labor Day is the 1st. So yeah, some schools are probably back the 27th. Early start, I think, already started. But like most schools are either like around here, or I think MPS has been doing the week after Labor Day, maybe the Wednesday after. I don't know. Yours is after Labor Day? Okay, yeah. Well, like, yeah, it just... I remember when I first saw back to school stuff in stores, and I was like, it's June! And now it's like, oh, we're almost there. Yeah. So, I don't know. Ugh. Oh. Oh, arms are killing me. So, yeah. So, all right. So, what was the other caveat I was gonna say here? Refactor the find or add members thing, but turtles won't pass on your computer, even on tip, with no modification. What should I do? What's the error? Like, I can't tell you what to do if I don't know the error. Like, no paste it or something. First of all. Oh, yeah, or Discord's fine. That also means we can write utility scripts in Python, which will work everywhere as well. I don't know if this is really a caveat so much anymore. But one of the other things was Mason was moving really fast. But I don't like we require like Mason 1.1 now, and like current version's like 1.7. And like it wasn't in distros and stuff, and now it's just fine. Where's freaking releases? Downloads. Oh, we should definitely put our name on here too. I'm not a computer. I cannot help you. How's it going, B2 Tech? Where is the freaking downloads here? Oh, just change them. You used to use Pidgin? Nice. How's it going, Agapi Nath? Welcome, welcome. How are you? I am dual streaming on Twitch, so if you hear me talking to other people, it's that's probably why. What's the failure? 4 failed. What are the 4 that failed? The logs get real crappy to read here. History manager failed. With not much of an error. Oh, Goodspeed, are you installing? I think you are, because I think that's how you're doing your protocol plugin. That might be part of the problem. So we don't install it to do any of our stuff right now. Silent there? Yeah. Yeah, YouTube's real quiet. Like, one day, YouTube will come up and we'll see. All right, so test conversation, test history adapter, test history manager, and purple path. Why the hell did purple path fail? Those tests there are like nothing. Like, yep. We're not using the other directory stuff. Yeah, but that means like it should have failed an assertion or something, but it doesn't say what the assertion was. And like, oh, we do the UI in it. Are these the only ones that have UI in it? Conversation history. Look at that. Oh. So there's a thing in the doc that we're writing, right, that says we couldn't write the unit test because of everything you needed, global state, stuff like that. I wonder how many of these actually need the test UI. So there's something in the test UI that is not happy on your machine. Merge various internet protocols, our 6 chat forums, I will love it. Yeah, that's B2 Tech. That's what Pidgin does. Huh? What's your random idea? Like that's what we do. Goodspeed, can you run Mason test -V purple path dash GDB and catches the crash? B2 Tech, you said you used to use Pidgin, so you should know that it puts all your chat protocols into one place. Or you just used it as an IRC client? Like those more protocols? God. But yeah, so something's wrong in the test UI. That's what it looks like. It's probably the unsolicited invocation of GObject run dispose on GType module. Which I'm not sure why, but yeah. I was going G-bound? Bound. Sorry. Gotta remember. Oh, you already gave me the stack trace. All right. Goodspeed, do me a favor, and for the moment, however you have your plugin showing up, can you do me a favor and remove it? So like remove the file or remove the symlink, however the hell you have it working right now. And then see if that fixes your problem. Just got in. Cool. So the thing with Purple 2 and Pidgin 2 is, like, its API was designed for another time. So modern stuff, like Discord works, it's not ideal. Slack works, it's not ideal. Right? Actually, I haven't tried either of those in a long time. I know Discord works because people use it all the time. I haven't heard anybody mention the Slack one in a while. But like one of the things we're trying to do with Purple 3 and Pidgin 3 is we're trying to make the modern chat protocols a much better experience. But it's a lot of work trying to update all that API. We're getting closer though. We're definitely getting close to usable. Not necessarily, definitely way far away from polished, but usable. I think usable is an okay descriptor. So I've been using Pidgin 3 for IRC since June of last year, and it's gotten better since then. But there's still a long way to go. I mean, what do you mean they're not protocols? So, like, the other thing is a lot of people don't necessarily like the look of Pidgin 3 because we're going to have multiple windows. We just haven't implemented it yet. But we're trying to move to a more focused window rather than, like, separate chat windows. So, like, these are all contacts from the demo protocol plugin. The demo protocol plugin is to help us do demos. So, Echo... Oh, wait, hold on. This is broke at the moment. Hold on. Oh, I gotta fix all that. Okay. So, the Echo user echoes back what you say, just for testing purposes, right? But, like, present stuff is all messed up. There's a whole bunch of bug stuff like that, right? But, like, here... Oh, hey, look, there's a whole bunch of people in this room. So, over here in this other pigeon, I can be like... Hey, Devin... Right? So this is connected to a local IRC server I have run and stuff like that. So yeah. I mean, an API versus a protocol is kind of... that's a hard thing to determine what is what. Like XMPP has an RFC for it, so is that technically a protocol? But like AIM or the Oscar protocol, is that a protocol? Yeah, but there's no documentation for it because it was proprietary. I mean, dude, people want to redefine open source to mean what they think it means. Like, yeah, I don't know. Today's yet another debug day. Putting your polynomial 2D fit library together enough to ship. Nice. That sounds like something I would avoid. Yeah, I mean, you can make whatever thing you want, right? I mean, like in English, words are loosely, right? They're loosely defined. Like you're not going to go to jail because you called something a protocol. So those have standards that like they have specifications. Like your second time shipping a C++ library. Oh boy, yeah. No. I mean, RFCs aren't necessarily certified. I don't know that I would say they're certified by a body. They're ratified, but like, what are they certifying? That they defined it, right? So like RFC 1459 is the RFC for IRC, all right, for Internet Relay Chat. There are a ton of IRC clients out there. None of them are certified by anybody. Well, so like the thing too about RFC, no, there's no Discord, there's no RFC for Discord because Discord is a proprietary piece of technology. An RFC or an IEEE standard is, and I'm trying to think of what other standards there are. Like it's a standard definition made mostly for interoperability, right? So like the specifications are primarily made for interoperability so that things can talk to each other. Discord doesn't want to talk to each other. They don't want you using. They don't want you writing your own stuff to talk to their network. They want to control all of it. So it's just, yeah. I've never heard a protocol meaning like a defined standard. The official procedure or system of rules governing affairs of state or diplomatic occasions. The original draft of diplomatic document, especially of the terms of a treaty or whatever. Yeah, I mean, this, yeah. Protocol definition, networking. No, I mean, protocol is just like, a protocol is just like defining interactions, request response, stuff like that. That's all a protocol is, right? Like you could define the protocol of checking out at a grocery store as a protocol, right? So like you enter the store, you have something to carry what you're going to buy, you go and pick everything you're going to buy, then you wait in line at the register. When available, you grab the divider and put it between the person in front of you stuff and your own. Then you put your stuff on the conveyor. You wait until the person before you is done. Then you say hello to the cashier, right? These are all steps of the protocol. I mean, so like you could like, okay, wait. What is it? It's 1450. How's it going, SWK? What's the RFC for avian data transfer? Thank you. So like there's an RFC for transmitting IP packets over birds. Like over avian carriers, birds. So like even though, yeah, it's yeah, I know. This doesn't have the shit, what did that say? Planned outage, what? Oh, is that for, that was for this. Okay. I'm like, or was that from the browser? What the hell did that say? I dismissed it. And now it's gone. Okay, that was here. Okay. Does someone implement them in IRL? Yeah. HTTP 418. Yep, I'm a teapot. Yeah, I mean, a protocol is just a protocol is an official thing in its official. I had the word and I lost it. Whatever, like in the area where something is, like people will put a protocol to have very strict definitions of how things have to happen, but that doesn't mean that that's the only definition of protocol. I mean, there's definitely a protocol for Discord when it comes to authenticating and then requesting things, and if you don't necessarily follow those things right, they're going to assume you're a bot and boot you off their network. 3261? What is 32? I don't know that one at all. Oh, SIP. I'm like, I don't know that one. I'm like, yes, I do. It's SIP. Yeah, if it helps at all, one of the things we're looking at doing in Pidgin 3 is... So the thing is, your idea of protocol, you know, it is what it is. It's not wrong. It's just, you know, not what a lot of people call it, but that's okay, right? Because most normal people don't know what the hell a protocol is either, right? So what we want to do, and we're going to do this at some point, but the idea is we're going to create networks because people understand the concept of a network a lot more, right? So like the Facebook Messenger network, the Libera IRC network, Discord as a network, right? They understand that, right? So what we want to do, and this needs some more time to brew, but the idea is that a protocol plugin could define different networks, and this just sets defaults for it to connect to. So yeah, I mean, Slack's the same deal, right? It's just pick one. They're whatever. So Goodspeed, as I just said on Discord, with our development stuff right now, we don't install anything. And that might be where you're getting screwed up. What you can do for your protocol plugin, right? So we're just going to do a build here real quick. This is the clean tree I keep when I merge pull requests. So what we do here, it's like the same IRC for profit. I don't know. Oh, yeah, you're saying they're IRC for profit. I mean, but they don't use the IRC protocol at all. Okay, yeah. All right, so that's something we need to figure out Goodspeed. But so what you can do is you can enter a dev environment here. We should probably talk about this in the stuff too. But you can enter a dev environment, and then in your protocol plugin, so I have an HD home run protocol plugin. What I can do is, now that I have all that here, I can make, so the thing that's going to happen here is echo package config path, right? You'll see it updated package config path to include the Mason uninstalled from my Pidgin directory. And if I look at that, you can see all the package config files, all that stuff, right? So I can Mason set up build devenv, or we'll say build clean devenv, right? I now just found everything, right? So in another terminal, package config mod version purple 3 doesn't exist, right? It's not here. But package config mod version purple 3 does exist, right? And then from here, build clean devenv. Now I can just build like normal. Okay, clearly my build doesn't work right now. But what you can then do is you can run Pidgin -p. Hold on. I don't remember what the argument is. Oh, I need Pidgin 3 help. Alright. Help G plugin. So, in G plugin, you can give it additional paths to look for plugins. So, we can say Pidgin 3 minus pwd slash source, right? Because in here, I should have a protocol, or I should have a an SO file in my build directory, right? So, ls source. I don't have it right now because my build is broke. But then you can load your plugin without installing anything. So, yeah. Like a plugin for what? I don't know if Goodspeed caught any of that. I hope he did. For fun? Oh, yeah, that... I wasn't questioning your motivation. I was questioning what you were making a plugin to do. I didn't say why. Oh, okay. Plugin to tell joke. Sure, sure. Is fortune still a thing in Debian? Not. Looks like, yeah, there's still fortunes here. There's still a lot of them. CBS? I don't remember CBS. Dope Wars is still a thing here? Jesus. Corporate bullshit? Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. But, yeah. SWK, have you started your upgrade yet? You're upgrading? Yeah, I did one machine at work. One. And it's because it was a new machine last week. It's like on Monday I'm updating this to Trixie. What? Want to start a big project to retire a big Deb 10 deployment? Nice. Yeah. I need to figure out our update / deployment plan for Debian 8. and then I'll start working on the Debian 10 stuff. And yeah. Actually 625 nodes? Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to know how many we have, especially of Debian 8. It's a lot. It's more than that. And they're all headless on Raspberry Pis. Well, they're not all of them. 8,000 of them are headless Raspberry Pis. And then 1,000, or yeah, and then over 1,000 are headless x86 64. Yep. I inherited that. It's fun. It's fun. Up it's funny corporal speak. Gotcha, nice. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. That is if I can ever get enough time to actually start working on it. Because the problem is, as you might guess with all that old ass shit, is it breaks all the fucking time. Yeah, they're CM3 lights. So they're 2 cores with a gig of memory, I think. Yeah. It's a real fun time. We had to update the SD cards at all of them, and these are all deployed all around the world too. And we, not me, but somebody had to go through and put better quality SD cards in all of them because they all started failing from too many writes. They got write exhaustion. So, yeah. But like to give you some other idea, so the CM3s are in a carrier board, but like because cheap or something, I don't know, they didn't put a RTC on the carrier board or a CMOS or or a CR2032 or whatever, or a battery on it. So like I was troubleshooting this one site the other day, and these things, the dates are just all off, right? Some were in January, some were last year, some were in June, blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, all right, I got to figure this out. Yes, we are in the IoT space. How'd you guess? Internet of shit? Yes. But so like, I manually set the date and I'm like, whatever, fine, I'll figure it out in a minute. Or like, I'll figure that out later. Like, what do I have to do to get this going? Then there was another issue I ran into that I can't think of right now. But then there was another problem. And then I found the actual real problem. But like, since these things don't have real-time clocks or anything, like their time is just going to skew, right? Just that's going to happen. So like, we use Salt for config management, right? So better or worse, right? I don't care. It's what was in place. So, that's why we're still using it, because it was there. No, there's no MPD on them. So like the thing is, these things in particular are typically natted behind one of our other devices. And in theory, sure, it would have been great to go ahead and put NTP on that device and have them all connect to it. Sure, totally agree. Would have been great if it was done that way in the first place. But now, like, I don't even know how many of these things are actually broke, aside from a fuck ton of them, right? And like me trying to come up with a Salt deployment to set up NTP, to make all this stuff work and everything, it's just too much fucking waste of time. So what I did is I cheated. I cheated real bad, but it works fucking great. So all the machines are set to Central Time. So US Central Time, the time zone we're in, that me and the company I work for are in. So Salt has this thing called pillar data, which is like servers. Salt is one of those projects that took their nomenclature and just went way overboard with it. So like there's salt grains, salt pillars, salt mines, salt minions, salt master. Those don't really fit in the thing, but whatever. It's just crazy, right? But anyways, pillar is like server side data that you can make available to the minions. That's the devices that are under Salt's control. And you can use pillar data to like, so like the Salt Master will like hit a database and expose those results as a salt pillar, stuff like that. You can write custom salt pillars. So I wrote a custom salt pillar that all it does is it takes the server time and boom, drops it in pillar data. So since all of the clocks on all these devices are set to US Central Time anyways, that's the same time as our server time. So, I mean, it should be UTC, but whatever, don't get me started. Again, I adopted all this, or not adopted, I inherited all this. So what I did is I just wrote a salt state that takes that pillar and then sets the time to it. Problem solved. No having to worry about NTPD, no having to worry about the clocks being... So like, one of the things people don't realize about NTP either is like, if you're skewed more than like a couple hours, it won't set the time for you. It'll be like, this is fucked up. You need to look at it. I'm not looking at 8,000 machines. Right? So like, as we're going through doing all this, we're like trying to troubleshoot and figure out how we're going to do this. It's like, wait. If we even bother with NTP, we still have to log into all the machines. So it's just like, wait, why don't we just let the Salt do this via pillars? And like, sure, we could have had Salt go ahead and set it once and then set up NTP and blah, 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 blah. But like, the thing too is like, we're running inside other people's networks. So here, specifically, we're IoT for hotels, for hospitality, right? So we have machines deployed at hotel networks, and they are super duper paranoid about what runs on their networks, and they firewall the shit out of everything. So, sure, I could mass command ntpd date if the machines can reach pool.ntp.org, but I can't guarantee that either. So, like, if I wanted to go that route, I would just be creating more work for myself. Right? So the solution that's in place, and it's totally cheating. It's totally against everything that you're supposed to do as an admin. But the Salt Master uses NTP. It syncs to pool.ntp.org. I don't know what ring or whatever, but it's correct. And we expose that time to the minions, and the minions now set their time according to that. It's effectively our own cheap ass NTP that allows for skew and works all the time without having to ask every single site to give us access to pool.ntp.org or to allow UDP port 85 or whatever it is, VPN over DNS. So there's a site we have, and I'm not quite sure how they're doing it. If you do not use their DNS servers, they do not pass your traffic. Guess how I figured that one out. So, that wouldn't work there. Like, all right, well, I don't know what to tell you right now. Right. I don't know. I'm gonna guess that anybody who's doing that, they're gonna block a whole bunch of shit a lot, right? VPN that works on top of normal. Yeah, I know it exists, right? They've been around for a long time. That's how you used to get internet to work on captured portals back in the aughts. But like, just that's not the way we're gonna run a production server, right? To get internet to work when you're at your girlfriend's office? Jeez. Why don't you just tether to your phone? Isn't that easier? Mobile hotspot, man, go. Oh, it's like in a Faraday cage? Okay, fair. Have you tried hacking the Gibson? Also means we can write utility scripts in Python. Oh. The final... to install... No, okay. And secondly... It doesn't provide... I don't ask. I don't know. I don't know why the fuck I typed F instead of V. But yeah. Hacking the Gibson was too fast? Well, that's no good. IT director prides himself on how lockdown it is. been trying to figure out how you SSH out of his network. There's always a way. That's funny though. Do you think you get some treats there, mister? Do you think it's treat time? Is it treat time? Oh yeah, you think it's treats time, huh? Hi, mister. He's been grumpy lately. Oh, yeah, this is AC Slater. There's a cat's command if somebody wants to run it. I need to update it. I keep forgetting to mention that Big Boy's no longer with us on it. It's only been a year. Only been a year. Well, not quite. It's been 10 months. But, yeah. SWK got it. Yeah. You're not even going to eat them? Come on. You are killing me, bro. You are killing me. That's why people are like, you should have a treats command for your cat. I'm like, he's not going to fucking eat them. See? There's the treats I just gave him. Yep. Yep. That's why there's no treats command. No treats redemption. Treats, 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 treats. See, he's not coming. Uninstall something. Uninstall the project. This is why we recommend you do not install Pidgin 3. Mason provides a command called devenv yeah, people don't like them, I guess. I don't know. Cron, the most reliable thing? Yeah. Have a cron job for what? Mason's amazing. Ninja is just its default target, but Mason will also build Xcode projects and Visual Stupid solutions. Cross nowhere is reliable as a cat looking for dinner. That's true. That's true. Oh, for treats. Yeah, no, he'll let me know when he wants them. What's more reliable than cron? A hungry cat, right? Yeah, like people will say, like, if you have to do a certain task, if you have to do a task at a certain time each day, and you forget about it or won't see a calendar or something, make sure to give your cat if you have a cat, give your cat a treat at that time. The cat will remind you. Oh yeah, so I spent a long time. So Pidgin and game used auto tools forever. So when I started doing my own plugins and own libraries and stuff like that, I gravitated towards auto tools as well. Auto tools sucks, right? I know SWK loves it. That's fine. He's a weirdo. It's okay. Auto tools sucks. So I spent a lot of time trying to make CMake work for me, but I had to write a lot of CMake modules to get shit done. Like stuff for get text. Like, are you fucking kidding me? I had to write a CMake module for get text. And this was after KDE adopted CMake. So like you figured it would have been decent, but nope. I wrote modules for G-object introspection. I wrote a module to pull out variables from package config file variables, because apparently they didn't think that was necessary in the main package config stuff. Anyway, so I spent a long time trying to get CMake to work for us just because I hated auto tools that much. At one point, I even started writing my own build system. But I got bored, moved on to other stuff because there was other things that were more important to me than a build system. But then I heard about Mason. And from what I saw in Mason, I was like, oh my God, they're doing what I wanted to do, but they're doing it better. So we moved to Mason. I'm not going to debate you that Auto Tools is better than CMake. I think it's kind of a horse apiece. But like, there's probably a lot more Auto Tools out there to help you when you have problems than there is CMake. So like, that's a +1 for Auto Tools. But yeah. Cats at the door yelling at me. You haven't given them dinner by 5:30. Yeah. We went through that about 5 years ago in a project where someone went wild with Auto Tools. Mesa's great. I haven't looked at Mesa's code at all, but yeah. CMake, half-asses, so much stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. That is by far the biggest problem. Anyways, one of the cool things about CMake was you could target different I don't want to say build systems, but you could generate different types of builds. That's what I'm looking for. And that's how I started getting introduced to Ninja. So not to toot my own horn, but Ninja originally got added into Debian because I packaged it. I didn't do a good job of packaging it. I was keeping up to date with it. So somebody else took it over, which is good because, yeah. Yeah, so I've been a big fan of Ninja since then. So when Mason came out and they were defaulting to Ninja, I was like, fuck yeah, let's go. So, CMake 4 is out now? Oh, well. I mean, I started with CMake 2. So, it was a whole different ballpark. Like when your end ifs had to have the same conditional and your else's had to have the same conditionals as your ifs. And yeah. Yeah, Ninja's the thing about Ninja that's better better than Make in particular is Make, unless you go absolutely hog wild crazy on it, Make will only evaluate a single directory at a time, whereas Ninja does not care. So if you have cores, Ninja will build it if it can build it. So yeah. CMake has a Debian package extension. Cool, it just generates everything. Oh, yeah, you're talking about CPAC. Yeah, CPAC. Don't use CPAC. CPAC is gross. Like, CPAC is great if, like, you're deploying for, like, if you're just trying to get a Debian package out there that's not ever going to go into any Debian-based distro, then sure, use CPAC. CPAC will also do RPMs and other stuff. But, like, if you're trying to get it, if you're trying to build packaging to get it accepted into a Debian-based distro or an RPM-based distro, do not use CPAC. Just don't. Yeah, it's fine if you want to do dpackage-i or apt-install /foo.deb, but like, otherwise just don't. Right, I spent a lot of time on that one too. And it's just like, yeah, this is dumb. I don't feel like 4 has changed anything from 3. Oof, it's brutal. Conan or VC package? Yeah, see, I don't do any Windows shit. But like, I understand VC package uses CMake, but that's all I know. But I don't know. Our stuff has to build everywhere, and I mean everywhere. So, oh, Windows shit? Yeah, I mean, whatever, it's fine. When I was younger, I used to be so anti-Windows. Now I'm like, if somebody wants to use it, I don't give a shit. I don't kink shame anymore. It's fine. You like Windows, that's your kink, that's fine. That's kink shaming. All right. Secondly, it does not provide a way to uninstall the project. That's why we recommend you do not install Pidgin 3 and instead run it from a dev end. I will say development environment. Use Windows on the desktop because face it, half the apps I need just don't run up. What are you running, man? Those half-asses that do Linux on Windows WS. Yeah, I will say people have at least stopped trying to tell me to run WSL stuff. I'm like, I don't run Windows. Why would I do anything in WSL? But people still try to convince me to run AI stuff, and I'm just like, go away. Not interested. No solicitation. Go away. Please leave me alone. And then they keep talking about it. Well, you really should. No. No means no, motherfucker. Get your AI raping thoughts out of my vicinity. Fusion 360? Okay, fair, fair. Yeah, okay, yeah, CAD stuff, yeah. I mean, do you got your parallel port dongle for 3D Studio Max from way back in the day? You know, you could just use Tinkercad. No. Did you have that creepy AA that told you when people were going to be online? Yeah, we got rid of that. You're talking about the capability, or no, contact availability plugin? Yeah, we got rid of it because it's fucking stalkerware. Just like we got rid of buddy pounces because they are stalkerware. There was also the psychic plugin too, because many protocols would send a typing message before creating a conversation. And the psychic plugin would then pick up that typing notification, create the conversation, and then you could see that they were typing to you. But to be fair, a lot of that stuff was written by kids in their early 20s that thought that shit was funny back 20 years ago. Yeah. Doesn't do CAM? I don't know what CAM is, so sure. Computer-aided manufacturing? Computer-aided muscles. Yeah, okay, it is manufacturing? Okay. I was trying to be a smartass. I like computer-aided muscles more. It's called Photoshop. Computer-aided muscles. CAM is for CNC as a slicers. Oh, okay, gotcha. That makes sense. So, speaking of 3D printers, I dusted one of mine off the other day to print some mason jar lids for getting fruit flies. I have a small fruit fly infestation at the moment. Best AI is the Emacs doctor. Just replace what your answers with. Why do you think you have that problem? Fruit fly. So I went to printable. I typed in fruit fly. I saw this guy. Fruit fly trap mason jar lid. I went, huh. Yeah, that looks pretty good. But first I did the hollow one. Because I was like, well, let's try it. Let's see if it fits. And this is less plastic. So then I did that. And then I went bamboo. Oh my God, fingers work, please. Bamboo Studio. Yeah, no, I have mason jars because I do canning for my vegetable garden. So here, you can see recently opened. We can reopen this. Yep, there it is. Yep. And then I did this one in white. It's still in white, yep. And then I hit slice plate. It's going to walk us through everything it's going to do. Right? There's all the layers. And we turn on travel and see everywhere that the head's going to move. When it's going to retract filament, although yeah, a little bit there when it moves layers. Unretract, when it's going to wipe. There's no wipes here or anything, right? And then, so yeah. So this thing cost me 72 cents in filament. All right. And then I hit print plate. I selected my printer and I hit send. And in 56 minutes, I had a lid to put on the jar. So I put some apple cider vinegar into the jar, put the lid on top, and then watch the idiots go drown themselves. Yes, I made a bunch of typos. Go figure. Yeah. Having a 3D printer is basically like, I wonder if somebody modeled that. You know, like Tetris blocks. And yeah, they did. So then you can play Tetris. Or you can 3D print a fucking Oricana. And it works. Grimlish is the only thing we expect around here? Yes, yes. What do they say 3D printers are for? Whatever you want them for, man. Yes. You can 3D print what SWK calls a Christmas tree or an Xmas tree. Maybe it's more of a Splatmas tree. That might be too many levels of indirection. But like, you know, that makes more sense for what his Christmas trees look like. Oh, whatever. I did Xmas. Splat, yeah, there. Star Mass. There you go. Into more Xmas decoration contests this year. Yeah, actually, I'm probably going to take this thing down at some point, but there's some 3D printed Pidgin stuff up there too. Magnets and keychains. I don't have any of them around here. Oh, this is nifty. A friend asked for one of these. These are silly. It looks dumb. You have no idea what it's for until you know you need it. And then it works great. So if you've ever worked with an NES, Nintendo Entertainment System controller, and you had to like fix a pin in the connector end, it is a bitch and a half to get the thing off. But you take this guy and, well, hold on, wait, why am I explaining this? Let me just go get a control. Oh, the controller's in the basement. Never mind. I'm not going downstairs to get it. Are they? Yeah, they're definitely in the basement. But anyway, so these pins go into the controller and then you can press it all down at once and it just blink, clicks right up. Works great. They're based on the Paul McCartney Paris Xmas design tree? Sure, sure. Well, this is for repairing controllers, not the NES itself. Or, who knows what this is? If it's even showing, okay, you can see it well enough. It's contrasting well enough against my pasty ass skin. Keycap puller. And there's the key for my keyboard. Yep, Bolo King got it. All right, just like, oh, I need this thing. Let me see. Did somebody design it? Sure, they did. What was the one thing I did recently? And I was like, I can't believe somebody designed this, but thanks. Just like, oh, sweet, I didn't have to design this. Fuck, what was that? I don't know, but you get the idea. Hypothetical question. If you could... No, we're not rewriting Pidgin. Like, just... Why? Why? I've spent 9.5 years trying to get Pidgin 3 released. Why in the fuck would I ever want to redo that? Why? Like, just... Hey, if you were ever going to remarry, who would you remarry? Right? That's roughly... Jesus. Maybe you're a programmer in a vibe coding world. I'm an engineer in an engineering world. Yeah, I'm just going to start saying that now because vibe coding isn't shit. Here, wait. There, that should tell you how I feel about AI. When the hell? How long have I been on the damn privacy screen? Sorry about that. Like, if people can vibe code, cool, right? Generative AI is never ever going to work for me. Generative AI, by definition, can only generate things it's seen before. It cannot create new things. I am creating something new. Therefore, by definition, it is not helpful to me. These two sides, one wants to program things, one wants to refactor two things. They don't coexist well. It can go either way. But like this whole rewrite culture stuff, just it needs to go away. Like apparently we're just a throwaway culture everywhere, including code. And I mean it is what it is, right? But I don't know. I don't know. A rewrite is starting completely over from scratch. Maybe using some of what you wrote, maybe not. You've seen me create a new set of bugs that I've never seen before? Touche. Go ask any coding assistant to write a skeleton libpurple plugin for you. Go ahead, do it, no paste it, and I will review it and tell you how fucking wrong it is. And how much of a waste of time it is for anybody to even attempt to do it. 5 steps at product building. It's good enough in small chunks or boilerplate stuff. No, yeah, that's all it's ever been. Is good for boilerplate stuff. Learn snippets, people. Editor, snippets, programming. There. Just go read this page. Stop using AI. Go read this page. Almost all major editors support snippets. I don't use them because I just multi-cursor and copy paste, and that's faster for me than it is to create snippets. So just go use snippets. You know why they don't teach you snippets in school? Because their donors make AI, and they need to keep feeding people into their donors' businesses. There, that's the conspiracy. Go run with it. This isn't QAnon, this is GAnon. Let's go. Or maybe it's PAnon? Actually, that might already be a thing. New bugs in new places, yeah. Go get a 12-method Swagger file and ask any of those AI tools to write a client for it. But, like, I thought Swagger's whole thing was that you could just load it. Oh, actually, why do you have to generate code off a Swagger file? Like, I don't understand that one. In a world where we can have G-object introspection and Python can load an XML file and then dynamically load a C library and use FFI to call functions in that C library without generating any Python code to call that C library, why does Swagger need to generate Python client libraries? Because somebody thought they were being edgy and cool. That's why it's called Swagger. Because, yeah, bro, check out my Swagger as I build this tool. It's generally speaking, it's sheltered little white kids that are doing it. Because that's why, that's how we ended up with the Penguin pimps. And I literally mean we, because this is in the Pidgin 2 code base. The Penguin pimps. Uh-huh. Are they pimping penguins, or are they penguins that are pimps that are pimping other penguins? I don't know. I don't know, but it's fucking stupid. Yeah, it's gone from our code base now, but it's in Pidgin 2. But to be fair, Jim Duchek wrote this in like 1999. Doesn't make it any better, maybe a little, but it's still fucking stupid, and nobody ever changed it. Whereas nope. Okay, so his email still has it. And yeah, so it's just his email, and it's in one of the PO files yet. But oh, it's gone. But the alliteration, sure. Who will fix and maintain them vibe disasters? Nobody's fixing them. They're just gonna rewrite it all in Rust. Or maybe it's Zig this time. Who knows? Or maybe it's whatever language comes out next week. The thing is, there's so much like stupid hype stuff around everything, and people just, for better or worse, they lean into it, and it's just like, that's not how any of this works. Like, this is a great meme. All modern digital infrastructure. Oh yeah, this is all C. And sure, Rust is chipping away at it, sure. Okay. But like there's still so much C, right? That or there's this meme, which makes me laugh every time I see it. Except I didn't laugh that time because I was preparing you all for it. I mean, the thing is, go learn what you want, go do what you want to do. That's fine, right? I have no problems with that. But when you come at people constantly trying to shame them or persuade them and telling them that their choices and the things they've done for their life to do things, whatever, are wrong, you're just being an ass, right? It's the same thing of, if you were ever going to rewrite Pidgin, I'm never going to rewrite Pidgin because I already did it once. I'm not going to do it again. Like, already did it once. And I know No Rough Check knows that. And that's why I was so hard on him. Because he's been around forever. Right, let's see. Okay, maybe not forever. Only following since 2023. Still 2 years. 2 years, right? But like, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Like, I'm not mad at you. No Rough Check. To be clear, I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the question and the environment that normalizes that question, right? Because like there's so much of it. You see it all the time with people, oh, rewrite it in Rust. Why don't you use Zig? Why don't you put this in Electron? Blah, blah, blah. Like, guys, this is open source. You can go and do that. But you're not going to, because it's so much easier to just sit there and try to be edgy online, right? And it's not your fault. It's okay, right? I understand the environment is toxic as shit. I get it. But like, it's so low-hanging fruit. I don't know. It's just ugh. One point of are there features that I don't know, man. I've been writing C for 30 years. How the fuck should I know? Right? Like the thing I typically tell people when they're like, well, you should really write it. C's on its way out. And I go, all right, well, tell me what other language has a decent UI toolkit that's cross-platform. And they're like, and yeah, there's more to a program than the language, right? Like if I wanted something that had great cross-platform stuff, I'd probably use Qt. And then I'd be writing everything in C++ and people would still be yelling at me to rewrite it in Rust, right? So like, it's just, it's dumb. Like I had another job where we weren't working. Yeah, I mean, I write Python, I write Go, I write what I need to, but like I just said, there's more to building a program than the programming language it's written in. Right? Like, so say I was building a super duper complicated phone system that can't fail. I would probably use something based on the Beam VM, even though I am not strong at all in Elixir or Erlang. And that's because OTP, which I can't think of what it stands for right now, SWK can probably fill me in, but its entire thing was to make sure you have zero downtime, right? So therefore the requirements decide the language and the tools, right? That's not always the case, right? I mean, the thing is, you know, if you know one language well, you're probably going to write everything in it because you know that language well, right? Especially if you have deadlines and timelines, or deadlines and other commitments and stuff, right? Every project, every choice has its own, I don't want to say excuses, reasoning behind it, and it's, you know, it is what it is. MSVC is a different beast all on its own. Same with the C++ community. Yeah, I mean, it's You see funny Elixir bugs? I'm sure. No, not one-time passwords. Open telecom platform. Thank you, Bolo King. But like, I don't know. There's so many people on Twitch all the time like, oh, you're doing the future a disservice because you're not writing Rust, and you're not going to get any new contributors if you don't write it in Rust. That one pairs perfectly well with the you'd get more contributors if you were on GitHub, and it's just like you can't like you have no proof and evidence of any of this, but you're trying to speak with authority, and it's just sad. Erlang has some cool features, but you never wrap your brain. Yeah, same deal, right? I think the problem for me with Erlang is I never built anything in it, right? I did some Elixir cones a long time ago, and sure, it made sense, but I didn't do anything with it, so I forgot all of it. But yeah. You work in Salesforce, lobotomized version of Java. I am so sorry. I have never used Salesforce myself, but I hear people complain about it all the time. Absolutely all the time. So I am sorry. If you enjoy it, cool. But I that has not been the experience I've heard other people say. I mean, the thing is, it doesn't matter if C is proven or not. If somebody only knows Visual Basic, let them go write Visual Basic. Who cares, right? They're doing things for themselves. They're not doing things for you. And even if they are doing things for you, do you really fucking care? Right? Like, what's with all these projects that have Rust in their name? Like, if your project needs to have the programming language in the name, maybe I don't want to use your project. Right? It seems silly to me. Erlang's hot code swapping feature would always got your attention. Leave it running an upgrade function. Yeah, that shit's nuts. Thank you, no rough check. And I hope you didn't take anything personal. Like, I'm not, like I said, I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the culture that makes that question seem reasonable when it's really not. But so we got an ad coming up. I'm gonna go take a break real quick, and we'll be back shortly. Right back. All right, sorry about that. I had to get water really bad, and I had to pee. So, all right. Programming language named Spam. Interesting. SDK says he does a ton of C, but these days 90% of what you write is PHP. Make fun of you want, but it works. Yeah, exactly, right? Like this whole like superiority shit about languages it's dumb. It is literally dumb. Like GitHub, I'm going to use GitHub as an example. Biggest code hosting platform, lots of people use it. It's written in Ruby. How many of you write Ruby? Right? Not many. How many people even hear about Ruby anymore? Not many. Right? GitLab, clone of GitHub, written in Ruby. Right? Whereas so many people are like, but JavaScript's the most popular. Why don't they rewrite it in JavaScript? And it's just like, because that's what they decided to use, right? Like, I don't know what to tell you. People get to use what they want to use. Right? And I don't know why people feel the need to shame people for using a programming language that they dislike. Like, it's a programming language, right? I don't. Oh, you're talking about the Alien Earth? I don't have get everts. I don't get advertisements. So Twitch has this thing called Turbo that they used to hide, but they now are promoting it a little bit. But twitch.tv/turbo. I don't get anything for telling you about this, but for the price of about 2 subs, $12 a month, you get no ads on Twitch. Plus, you also get fun monkey-based smileys or emojis like you just saw me use, stuff like that, right? So, like, I'm not going to subscribe to every single streamer that I like, unfortunately, because that's a lot of money a month. But Turbo will still get them the ad revenue from me, but I don't watch the ads. And, yeah. Like, just this is your get out of ads free card. $12 a month. Highly recommend. I've been a Turbo subscriber for a very long time. Closures drive you insane. Closures are fine. Getting none even without being in a special country or having an ad blocker. All right. What are you effing? Did the stream die? Shouldn't have. You make fun of Node all day? Yeah. So like the JavaScript language itself has its own shortcomings, right? But all languages have their own shortcomings. But like there's one person to explain for the absurdity of the package ecosystem of JavaScript, and it's Cinder Sinhors, or however you say his name. And I'm not trying to throw shade or anything, but he had so many tiny packages. And it's like, dude, just make a string library. Make a math library. What, like, or like, why don't you figure out how to like strip unused code? Which I think they eventually did, but like instead they like, I remember when NPM hit over 1 million packages and my coworkers were like, yeah, it's so cool. I was like, that is stupid. And you're like, huh? I'm like, think of all the time and energy and everything that goes into maintaining 1 million packages. And downloads and tracking, and it's mind-boggling, and they didn't get it, but whatever. JS is really good for ESM? I don't know what ESM or CJS is. Yeah, Mastodon's also all Ruby. Good point, Ivanhoe. Thank you. Also, if I didn't say hi, welcome, Ivanhoe. Hope you're doing well. Twitch Turbo for the win. Yes, yes, yes. Sorry, I'm still catching up with chat. Yeah, Turbo's definitely worth it. Yeah. Big Mac's $12. Okay, so here's the deal. Like, I'm not a big fan of McDonald's. And in fact, there's not a whole lot I can eat there without like getting sick feeling, right? But like, use the app. This tends to be the thing with like most fast food places now too. You can get the best deals you're going to get at any place is to use the app, except for Subway. Subway, you just need to figure out which $6.99 foot-long code they have right now, and then you're solid. But like Arby's, easily, I almost always have a $5 off my order coupon on the app. McDonald's, you can get a $6 medium combo, $6 for me in Milwaukee. I don't know what it's going to be different for you depending on where you live, right? But like there's always something. There's always something to get a better deal. And it sucks having to have all these stupid apps on your phone and stuff. But you save so much money over time, even if you eat out only once or twice a week. Right? Even as a package, can't remember which one is, but one of those, it just depends on the others, literally. Yeah, and by all means, say fuck McDonald's. It's fine. You know, I don't care. Sometimes it's 3 in the morning, no place is open, but 24-hour McDonald's is. The Big Mac from McDo. Yeah, there you go. They've got the golden arches. We have the golden arch. I can't remember what else is in there, but yeah. Give away all your privacy for a cheap sandwich. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, I just don't do much on my phone, and I go to and from work, and that's pretty much it. So, yeah. Yeah, Ob Beans. That's the point that SWK is making, is that they're separate packages, and the one depends on the other, and just adds a knot to it. Like, that's the problem. That's the biggest problem with JavaScript, is their packaging is just unreal. But, like, the whole like web app stuff, like I don't even try anymore. I do not even try to figure out their nonsense. We do not agree on things. That's fine. I exhaust no more effort on it. I will say this. What the hell are you all doing with Tailwind? Seriously. What a waste of fucking time. Yeah, exactly, SWK. Don't try to do Bitwise. Saving the no, you're not. You're not saving any bandwidth with Tailwind. You think there's a legit issue of a programming language needs a package is even? Yeah. How are the CS kids going to learn how to check an even number if there's a package for it? Is WSL? I mean, so like, is WSL? I can see that kind of makes sense. So we built some stuff into one of our like common packages. Was it? Maybe it was even a logger. I don't remember. So we used to have containers everywhere. Most places I work, we have containers everywhere. But we were pre-Kubernetes. We were running containers on Mesos with Marathon, which was a little weird. But like we were using Graylog to get our logs out to essentially to an elk stack, so we could see everything. The problem was we'd want to know, well, what container was it, right? So the funny part is, if you look around here, I think it's just C group. No. Oh, is this because it's Podman? Huh. Good, I've got quiet log on. I'm not sure the program language, but not the crafts people using craft is probably more questionable. Well, I mean, like the thing is, and more to your question before now, Roughjack, is like the language itself is kind of irrelevant. I know that sounds weird, but like my whole point about like the UI toolkit, like what do you want that has a decent UI toolkit, is those are typically the languages that have been around the most and used the most, right? Like C, C++, Objective-C, now Swift, because Apple wrote binding Swift UI and all that stuff, right? But like in Python, sure, you'll get TK-enter, but like TK-enter is based off of TK from forever ago, and like it doesn't look or feel great on any platform. And all, and like whatever, the list goes on, right? But like the thing is, what really makes the decision on what, for each person obviously, but like what can be a huge deciding factor for what language to use your project in is what libraries are available, right? So like, I want to write a SIP protocol plugin. I'm having issues with Sophia SIP. It's a C-based library. I'm considering writing my own. SWK thinks I'm an absolute fucking madman that should be in the loony bin for even considering that, right? But like, if there was a language that had a SIP library that was easier to use and easier to understand that we could easily put into the Pidgin code base, I'd probably go that case. Because in that case, I need a SIP library, right? Like, it's not so much what the language does, it's what's my path of least resistance. And that's where you're, you know, this is one of the reasons why the what language would you use question just seems so not thought out. I don't know. I can't think of the right word to describe it. Just one more library. Quiet you. I really don't want to add any more libraries. I really don't. I'm so tired of so many different libraries. Favorite is, oh look, it's got files for npm install to work. Let's see, df minus h npm install. What do I need? 80 megs of JS for it. Yeah. I'm not saying you're wrong, SWK. I have never claimed to be sane. Anyways. Why doesn't this work anymore? Did they hide this from you? You used to be able to get your container ID based off of amount in your container. And I thought it was just as C groups, but apparently not. We all deleted programs and tried to remake it all via shell. Oh God, no. In a few years of working with SIP code, I'm pretty sure I'm certifiable at this point. Yeah. 22 years of chat. Same. And yes, I just said screw it and let's look at all the files. Oh, Arch status, no AUR. That's a joke. Because this is not Arch. Oh, is it mount info? Yeah. So this isn't great, but you can use that. That's the container ID. So, yep, there's your container, right? Again, not great, but there it is. Oh, actually, you know what? I think they fixed this. I think they made this easier. Didn't they add like a dot file? I don't know what this is. It should be fine, but just in case. No, there's nothing there. I guess I could have LS'd it. Yeah, it's empty. I thought they put like a container ID or something in here. Maybe I got to turn on flag or something, but yeah. How's it going, Compile Dev? Welcome. How are you? Oh, Coco type with the raid. Welcome. Sorry, I don't know how I didn't hear that. But either way, welcome. How are you? How was your stream? What were you up to tonight? Your name sounds semi-familiar. Have I raided you in the past? I don't know. I would guess that you do Mac OS stuff, but I don't know. Developer streaming development of indie iOS apps from start to finish. Oh, nice, cool. I'll give you a follow and a shout out. Very cool. So if you want to see iOS stuff and Mac stuff, go follow Coco type. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the notification came through. I see it in the Twitch stuff. I don't know why Stream Elements is being dumb. You ready to notify the other night? Oh, and we discussed Adium. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I'm like, your name's familiar, and I don't remember why. That would be it. That is a good way to do it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe one day somebody will say, hey, I want to work on Adium, and they will start working on Adium. But we shall see. Like, I still know the stewards of Adium, but yeah. How's it going, Nutterfy? Welcome, welcome. As Cocotype mentioned, we rated Nutterfy the other night, and since he's here in chat, we will, of course, give him a shout-out as well. There you go. Let's see. Yeah, raid was here 2 minutes ago. Replay. There it goes. Okay. I don't know why it didn't work before, but okay. Sometimes you just gotta hit reset. Alright, but yeah, welcome everyone from Cocotype Stream. My name is Gary Kramlich. I'm the lead developer of Pidgin Instant Messenger. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you used it, maybe you used to use it, maybe you still use it, maybe you know by its old name of game. GAIM. Either way, we spend all our time here working on it. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. Right now, we are currently working, well, kind of, we haven't touched it in a while. We are working on a document. So, the main thing we're doing is we're working towards Pidgin 3, which is to modernize everything, because Pidgin 2's API still is AIM, basically. The concepts and everything that are in it is essentially, it supported AIM. It could support everything AIM could do. But so we're ready so we've been spent many years building Pidgin 3. We're getting closer to an alpha release. We're still pre-alpha. But we're trying to help developers that have built stuff for Pidgin 2 to know how it'll work in Pidgin 3 and how they can bridge that gap. And that's what we're working on right now. So, Ryu with the raid. Welcome, welcome. How are you, sir? I have not seen you in a long time. And the other day I saw you streaming. I was like, holy crap, is he back? Or I just saw him for the first time in a while. But how was your stream and what were you up to tonight? And I just gave my introduction again, so we'll give it a minute. But I hope you're doing well. Also, I keep forgetting to ask, am I saying your name right? Because I want to say it's Ryu, but it's like Rimu? Is it Rimu? I don't know. I never got hooked on phonics. I'm straight edge. I didn't get hooked on phonics. I'm not entirely straight edge. I still ingest caffeine. But yeah. Oh, it did pop up and I was ignoring it? Okay. But like I didn't hear the sound. Or I didn't register that I heard the sound. So. You're back doing Rust and Lewis stuff, your hobby project, programmable parser. Nice, nice. Rimu? Okay, Rimu. Is that better? Or like I didn't get hooked on phonics. I don't know how to say R-I-E. Either way, okay, cool. R-E? R-I? Like the yak thing? And the bisons. The yaks and the bisons. But welcome everyone from Rimu's stream. My name is Gary Kramlich. I'm the lead developer of Pidgin Instant Messenger. Sorry everybody from Cocotype stream, I'm going through this again. We spend all our time here working on it. Whether you use it, used to use it. Oh, I'm like it's timed out. It's not. Whether you've used it, used to use it, still use it, or know by its old name of game, GAIM, we spend all our time here working on it. Today we are trying to get through a doc I am writing to describe every single change we have made in the past 9.5 years and our justification for it to help guide people that know the Pidgin 2 and Purple 2 APIs to the Pidgin 3 APIs that have replaced them. I don't know. I'll have to catch your stream next time and just hear it because it's not clicking. That's the word I, and you place the rye. Yeah, I said rye before. So Raimu. Okay. Okay, yeah, that I thought it was rye like the bread. Yes, yes. Okay, Raimu. Okay, there we go. Okay. Actually, I think I said that before too, but whatever, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But yeah, so anyways, this is the link I sent you all. This is my whip. It is an ngrok link that's actually talking to my machine. So I can gather all your IP addresses. I can't. I don't get that in the console. The console just tells me stuff. Can I share this? I think I can share this. Like, I can put it on stream. That's how much data I have. Yeah. Right. So, like, if everybody spams that link, you're gonna see this go up real fast. But like, you're not gonna kill my internet connection. So, but yeah. You spell about as well as Grim. Hey, you type about as good as I type too. Many times I'm like, what the hell is he saying? Like, oh, it's a typo. Okay. Like I don't know Pokemon. Sorry. Hooked on Phonics works for me. Yep, sure did. Tomato. Yep, there's everybody trying to spam us. Let's go. If you haven't used ngrok before, it's a nifty little tool. So like I just run ngrok http space file colon / home mp Pidgin build lib blah 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 blah, and it spun up a web server, and then when you hit this URL, it forwards back through to me, and I serve it up to you. And it all goes through their server, and you can't see me directly, I can't see you directly. So like if you ever have to, like if you're doing something here where like you're building a website or something and you want somebody to test something remotely or whatever, boom, ngrok works great. And it doesn't even have to be HTTP. It can do TCP stuff too, right? I don't think it does UDP, but so you know any service you can expose with ngrok, and you can expose it to another service too, right? So like if you have something running on localhost 8080, instead of file colon blah blah, you just say colon 8080, and it'll go and do the right thing. And yeah, so yeah, ngrok, very cool tool, very cool, very cool. But yeah, so we are trying to write and describe why we moved to Mason. So, speaking of development environments, or devens, the purple 3 code base is set up so that you do not need to install it to test it or to run it. The development or the devenv will set everything up to make that happen. Ugh. And what are you referring to with stuff? Alright. Oh, and you know, unlike Raimu's stream, there we go. It's gonna have to concentrate for it a couple times. We live dangerously here. We write C. And I don't care how safe you think Rust is. I do not care. I am never writing Rust. Just flat out. Maybe not never, but I'm never rewriting Pidgin in Rust. I don't care what you decide to try to sacrifice to me to try to make that happen. It won't. You want to hold that against me? Maybe. I don't care if you do or don't. Because the crustaceans, they've dug their own hole. Like, you don't see it from my point of view, and that's okay, right? Because you're writing Rust, so that's fine. But, like, the amount of shit they have brought to me, and time, and stupid arguments, and everything they have wasted of me, that alone is why fuck Rust, right? It's fine you like it, but the Rust Evangelism Task Force are a bunch of trolls who love to waste your time. So they're reflected very negatively on the language, and yeah, all the time. Oh, I did take out I did have a never Rust tag on my stream, because then I could at least be like, look at the stream tags, never Rust. I get what used to dev, but the language is not a fault. Yeah, no, I know it's not the language, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I was gonna say I don't know many C developers, but no, there's some C developers like, well, if you want ultimate performance, you have to use C, and they're full of shit too, right? But yeah, I don't know. The Rust people just go out of control, absolutely out of control. And the worst part is, like, so the one day, I was working on this on stream for some reason. I don't know why. G plugin RS is so we can test our plugin library to see that it can load plugins written in Rust. I will never ever write Rust on stream again, because the people that were in that stream refused to listen to me and were trying to tell me how I was doing things wrong and this isn't the way Rust works and blah blah blah. When, like, the way the library works that I'm calling, I need to give ownership of a pointer to the C runtime. They're like, you can't do that. I literally had this battle for over an hour before I think I just set the stream into emote mode and then got the work done. And it's just like, why would I ever do this on stream again? Like, it was not fun. It was a total waste of time. And all I was able to do was deal with shitheads the entire time. I don't even know if this is going to work, but we'll see. Most people saw G plugin RS, that's not safe. Yeah. Don't think you would have the patience you had. It's like, this is why it's just like, man, I want nothing to do with Rust, because it's all just nonsense. All of it. Ban and move on. The problem was I couldn't keep up with the bans, man. Where does this end up? I haven't even done any of this in so long. Target, that's what I'm looking for. Build. Oh, Christ. Oh, it's right here. So if I don't have G plugin installed, do it? No. So we'll just cheat here. Target debug G plugin query -p pwd. Yep. Wrong P. Problem is I have all the test plugins in here. Why don't we just do this? Yep, there's our Rust plugin. Right? Fully loaded, works, does what it needs to do. But like, I had to fight people the entire time. We wrote this ugly macro. Somebody helped me with it off stream. Like, I'm not doing this on stream again. But we wrote this ugly macro to make this work. Oh, yeah, that's right. He cleaned it up, made it a trait, some other stuff. The funny part too is he was like, "You don't need to credit me." And I was just like, "Oh, okay." But like, You would think, people would see this and just maybe sit the fuck down. It's like, yeah, I need the no mangle. I need that. Just, yeah. And no, I'm like, oh, rah, rah, rah. Oh, dude. I mean, it's not that was one bad experience. There's been plenty more. It's just I, the problem I have with the bigger problem I have with Rust is I don't have a single enjoyable moment of Rust on stream. Not a single. Every single experience for me with Rust on stream is a bad one. All of them. So like it's just like why would I? Right? Just like like I know I joke around saying I'm a masochist when it comes to like programming stuff, but just no, that's too much, man. That's way too much. The main problem with Rust is that the entire moderation teams quit by PR. Did they? I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about the project. What I do know about the project is that Graydon, I don't remember his name, no longer works. The guy that created Rust also built the version control tool Monotone, which we used in Pidgin for many, many years. But the funny part is he no longer works on Rust, and instead he works at Apple on Swift. That's a fun little factoid you can store in your memory banks. Rust community does seem to attack drama and outside variety. I think it's a vocal minority, but I could be wrong. Yeah. I mean, don't worry about it, Raimu. It's fine. It's fine. It's not your fault, right? Like, I'm not going to be like, oh, he's writing Rust. We're not going to rate him. I'm going to be like, we're probably fine. It's usually vocal minority. Yeah, exactly. It's just when you get it, like I said, I've said this time and time again, and we might be in an ad right now. Like, I don't have anything against Rust language, right? I don't know enough about Rust to have an opinion, right? I know looking at it syntactically, I don't understand it most of the time because I don't know what all the symbols and everything does, but that's on me, right? The problem I have is all the community. 100% the community. Like the entire guilt trip they played on the Actix guy way back when about the unsafe stuff and basically forced him out of his own project. It's just like, what are you doing? Like, just make your own clone or fork and move on with your life. Why do you gotta shame somebody, right? It's stupid. If you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, Actix, Rust, Meltdown, I guess. Oh, we're in an ad now. Like, it's absurd that this kind of stuff happens, right? I'm trying to keep the discussion light as we're in an ad, but it's just absurd that ever even happened. You treat all of it like tools. Imagine if someone tells you how to use a spoon better, especially when you don't want to change your ways. Yeah, and that's fine, right? And in small doses, not a problem. But like, when you get it multiple times in a stream, and like even tonight, no offense to the person, I got a question tonight about if I was going to rewrite Pidgin, what language would I rewrite it in? And like, I'm primarily a C developer. I'm going to use C. Right? Like, it's the tool I'm the best. It's the tool that I have the most experience and have honed my craft the most with. That's the tool I'm going to reach for, right? But people seem to, and like I said this to this person tonight too. Like, it's nothing against them. It's the environment that creates this mindset that there is a one true answer of a programming language. And if people aren't using it, they're wrong, right? That's not the case. There's so much more to the decisions that go through the tooling you end up using, right? if somebody wants to write something in Visual Basic, because that's all they know, then by all means, write Visual Basic. What do I care, right? Do you know how many tools you've probably used at workplaces that were written in VB6 and haven't been updated in forever? Lots. Right? Like, you're still getting your job done. Doesn't matter that they're not written in Clojure or Swift or Rust or Zig or any, right? It just, you're developing an application to do something, to solve a problem. The tools you use to get there aren't super important. Rewrite it in brainfuck. I mean, sure. If you want to hurt people, I mean, sure. I don't think you need to justify anything. Admire your dedication to Pidgin. I think it's fine that in C or whatever works. Enjoy using it. Yeah, and thank you, Raimu. And like, nowadays, what we end up doing with the Rust people is we tell them to shut up more politely than that. And if they don't, then they get banned, right? We just, there's no toleration of it anymore because it's not worth anybody's time. But like, I will say, I've never had somebody come in here and be like, oh, you should rewrite this in Swift. Right. Or occasionally I'll get the, why don't you rewrite it in Zig? That's a rare one, but it happens. And it's just like, where do people get this mindset that like everybody just rewrites stuff all the time? Like, do you know how much tech debt exists in the world because people do not want to rewrite things? And you're sitting here asking me to rewrite my passion project. Like, what? Like, I've seen code that's been deployed for like 30 years and nobody's touching it. And they're like, it works fine. Do not touch it. We're not messing with it. Right? But somehow in Twitch and YouTube programming space, people are like, you need to rewrite everything. And it's just like, no, that's not how the world works. Like in practice, I don't even mean like hypothetically, like in practice, people don't rewrite things. Which more old projects were rewritten? I fix them rather than rewriting them. I like, why rewrite instead of fix? Nobody would even admit that they touched it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I had, my boss at work was like, so how much work have you done on this thing? I was like, basically nothing. I'm like, I fixed a bug. Like, do whatever you want. Like, I don't care. I fixed a bug that was an immediate problem that was causing an issue at this site. And that was it. And I want nothing else to do with it. Go ahead. You guys take it over. It's fine. Probably same mindset leads people to say you could rewrite curl in Python in a week. The thing with the rewrite curl thing is people don't understand what curl does. And that's not trying to shame or anything. Curl does a lot of things. Not only does it talk to HTTP, it also talks rsync and a whole bunch of other protocols that people don't realize, right? But then when you start even talking about like cert management and stuff like that, like show of hands, how many people here feel confident about writing code to handle TLS? Even using a library. Or are you just like, I don't know, something just does it in the background? That's me. Right? Because like, I don't want to mess with TLS because it's nuts and it's easy to get wrong. TLS, what is that? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All I know is that you use Visual Basic to track an IP address. Sure, that's doable. You fixed it, but it's still on you. Someone somewhere. Yeah, I'm sure. When the Curl Guy streams, he always talks about new things I've never heard of. Yeah. One time I rated him a long time ago because sometimes we overlap. And he was implementing HTTP. I was like, oh shit, that's out of spec. I'm like, they've ratified the spec. He's like, not quite, but they're close. He's like, so we started implementing it. I'm like, oh, that's cool. But I'm like, yep. Have you looked at the Speedy protocol? Oh, sorry, no. Speedy is HTTP 2. Quick is HTTP 3. It is nuts. Absolutely nuts. It's using UDP and I forget what else. And it's weird. It's real weird. And I do not want to implement it. And I'm sitting here going, I might implement a zip library. And nope, I am not implementing HTTP 3. Not even considering it. Don't hope to never consider it. Right? It's just like, oh, we can just use OpenSSL. Last I checked, I think OpenSSL did just add quick support. Maybe not quick support, but something you have to do with the certs for quick support. I don't remember specifically. But I mean, like, even trying to get a cert into the local cert store on a Unix machine or on a Linux machine, it's weird and it's complicated and it's hard. And people are like, yeah, I'll rewrite curl this weekend. And it's just like, you don't know what you don't know yet. That's the case right there. Quick is really weird. We can typically do with a socket call, just no longer there for basic connection. I don't know what you mean, but okay. Like it's supposed about parsing URLs and how there's no truly correct way of doing it. Yep. Yeah, the curl guy, Daniel Stenberg. I forget what his Twitch name is. Dan. Yeah, is it Hacks? Curl Hack. No, he's Curl Hacker. Like, that should have been obvious. Oh, is he not streaming here anymore? He doesn't have VODs on anymore. But, yeah. Just, he's just been doing his thing. The big thing he's been getting hit by lately is AI. That's the other problem here in stream. What coding assistant do you use? None. He shoots mostly his releases? Okay, makes sense. Oh yeah, he's at a closer time zone for you, or a more pliable or applicable time zone for you than he is for me. But yeah, it's yeah. Right? I don't know. So, all right, we can I've written like 10 lines. Okay, maybe it's 20. But it's fine. But yeah, it's just I don't know. People get this the whole rewrite mindset. I don't know. I don't get it. Like in hindsight, should we have rewritten libpurple? Maybe. But the problem was, and the problem will always be with a rewrite, is your time to usability is huge, right? Like maybe you feel okay because you've got like little bits and pieces working and stuff like that, but the time it takes to go and finish something takes forever, and it sucks, right? And like when we ported Pidgin 3 from GTK 3 to GTK 4, it took us 7 months, and that's not bad for 2 people, right? But everything just dragged because we're not there yet. I don't know how much further I have to go, but it's going to be a while, right? And it was just a drag, and it sucked, right? So we had a broken branch for GTK 4 for 7 months. And we would have to do commits against GTK 3 to make things easier to port them to GTK 4 to get the GTK 4 branch there and running. Even on the stream here, we had a separate counter for how many compile errors we had on GTK 4. And how many we had to fix, just so we had something to give us some idea of how much more work was involved. And when you're rewriting something big, that's going to be your biggest issue. It doesn't matter what your language is. It doesn't matter how fast it doesn't matter how long it takes you, whatever. What's going to kill you is just not knowing your progress, and then not knowing if you've fixed bugs or not, or if the whole thing was ever worth it. And it sucks. So you've been using ChatGPT to help, but in your experience so far, it gets me 80% of the way there, and you have to figure out the other 20% it gets wrong. Yeah, I've looked at ChatGPT 3 something and asked it to build a skeleton Pidgin plugin, and it was absolute garbage that would not even come close to remotely compiling. And I went, this is dumb. Why would anybody use this? Tensei Rhythm says, I have an ambivalent feelings towards AI because as much as I hate it, because of how shit it is, we kind of need all this. Surely it'll get better. I mean, keep hoping. You don't use the code, but you use it to consider general approaches. Like what library should I try to use or how to set up scripts and things to automate workflow. Okay, that makes sense. Just, I don't know. I've been doing this stuff too long where I don't know. I'm generally okay with doing that stuff myself. So, or, you know, I'll brainstorm stuff with somebody. We'll go from there. But so I gave this example earlier how I used, so we use Salt at work, Salt Stack for config management. And I used this example earlier of how I set the time on 8,000 machines using Salt rather than NTP, because NTP and doing things properly would have created so much more work. And the solution I came up with, I would be very surprised if AI ever came up with it. And that solution was to have the server expose its time to all the Salt minions, so whenever the Salt minions run their stack, they just set their time to the server's time. You don't have to worry about NTP refusing to set the time because the clock drift is too much. You don't have to set up any infrastructure. You don't have to worry about network port forwarding or network firewall rules, anything like that. It just works. So 8,000 machines got their clocks fixed because they're Raspberry Pis that don't have RTCs, real-time clocks. And yep, that's how we solved it. So now every day they set their clocks to the server time and the problem solved. Great to avoid timely research sometimes, but also I've had some bad days of fighting a ChatGPT pattern for hours and just scrapping it. Yeah, I can see that. You didn't know anything about how to implement incremental search, so I asked ChatGPT what libraries you could use, and the guy on the report. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not helpful. Like, it's I'm not saying it's generally not helpful. It's not helpful to me, right? And that's okay. I don't need it, right? And I know it sounds pretentious as shit, but it's not something I find useful. Mostly do it for write-ups, for example. The documentation is up to date. And list all the modules and look into how they're used. Use that as a base for questions using that info. It either gets decent answers or answer myself, since I usually control a copy paste. Okay, yeah. I mean, like I said, if you find a use case for it, cool. But like this whole thing of like, oh, you got to try the new one, the blah blah blah. Like, I don't like, this doesn't solve anything for me. Whoever's programmed then probably. Everybody's at their own level, right? This goes into the whole thing about the, oh, you have to pick the right programming. No, just do what you do. If you enjoy it, if you don't enjoy it, go find something else to do and enjoy, right? And guess what? If you're bad at it, guess what? Everybody else was bad at it when they started too, and they get good at it after practice, right? So like I said earlier, I sound pretentious when I'm saying AI doesn't do anything for me. I have been doing development, for better or worse, really shitty for the first couple of years, for 31 years. I have been a programmer. 31 years. I have been doing sysadmin work for about 25, 26 years. Like, I kind of know most of the patterns and how things work at this point, right? So like, and that's not meant to be a flex or anything. It's just factual, right? So like, AI just doesn't have the experience. So we had a problem one day at work. We couldn't figure out, we kept skipping over it, couldn't figure it out, blah, blah, blah. We had like, it was just an 8 gig file system, but whenever we tried to write a file, it would say file system's full. And we're trying to figure it out, we don't understand. We don't think it's not making sense. We're like, did a file descriptor get left open and not flushed, blah, 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 right? We're trying to figure it all out. And then all of a sudden it dawns on me, I saw this problem. This happened a couple weeks ago. And all of a sudden I remember an incident from 2007 where our logging server could no longer log anything else because we had a directory that had 32,767 directories in it. And I went, motherfucker, it's inodes. We're out of inodes. Who here knows what an inode is? We'll do a quick 1-minute poll. Who knows what an inode is? One-minute poll. Who knows what an inode is? Order more inodes on Amazon? Yeah. Hey, this isn't what is it called? No, what is it? Z-swap, right? Where you download some memory. Is it Z-swap? No, what is that called? I don't remember what it's called. I remember turning it off on my Pinebook Pro because it slowed everything down. Yeah, but like that's part of the joke, right? App cache search, it's like ZRAM. Yeah, ZRAM tools. So what this does is it compresses your RAM, right? It's like it's like, what is it? Double space and disk expander from back in the DOS days, right? All right, so what do we got here? 4 people said they don't know what a file descriptor is. 3 said they do. So a file descriptor, or it's not a file descriptor, an inode. All right, so we're going to start here. We're going to say df -h/home. Right? This is a ZFS partition I have, whatever. Right? Okay. So you see that I have 14% in use. Okay, cool. But if I change this H to an I, you'll see that word inodes. And we are at 1% usage of inodes. So I don't have a great analogy for inodes, but imagine you have, so a lot of people talk about a file system as like a filing cabinet, and you know, like you've got folders and folders, which doesn't really make sense in the real world, but whatever, right? An inode is basically how many folders you have, right? So if you have a file cabinet with 1,000 folders, but you only need to use 2 of them, cool. You've got plenty of free space because you're not using them, right? You've got 2 small files in there, whatever. But once you run out of that 1,000 files, even if you have plenty of space still in the file cabinet, but you no longer have file folders, you can't put any new files in because you've ran out of inodes. Does that make sense? So like an inode is something that's it's a low level object in ext-like file systems. Some of the other file systems have them and similar names. If you've ever used a FAT file system, what they call a FAT, a file allocation table, it's the same thing conceptually, right? It's something that represents a file on disk. It's not the file data, but it's the metadata about the file, including where it's stored on the disk. That's what an inode is. Just learned on macOS, the df command prints both used and I used, as well as available on iFree on the same line, reporting both. Yeah, that's very helpful. Netbog, thank you for the $10 instant messaging. Freedom, greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you much. But yeah, so like the problem on that file system was we exhausted inodes, right? The story of how we exhausted inodes is even better. We'll get to that in a second. But what ended up happening was we had a absolute ton. This is an 8 gig file system. I don't remember how many inodes were on it, but you know, as you partition out the file system for files, you have to have enough metadata to represent all the blocks and everything, blah, 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 right? Because the block file system, everything gets blocked. So, you know, this block can get addressed to this file, and each file has multiple blocks and so on, right? It's just, you know, it's these weird things you learn after 30 some odd years of experience on how things work, right? And like, I don't expect anybody to know it. If you know it, it's because you're into file systems or you ran into weird stuff in ops, right? And so what ended up happening was we just had a ton of very, very, very small files, which exhausted the inodes, which is why we still had disk space left over, right? Most people don't end up hitting that because, you know, they're downloading AI training data from Pirate Bay. If Facebook and OpenAI can, you know, break do copyright infringement free, then I guess everybody else is just training AIs too, right? But so you know, you end up exhausting the actual number of blocks on the file system long before you get anywhere close to the inodes. But in this case, because we were on an 8 gig file system, it was an SD card, and we had a ton of small files. We had something like 300,000 files on this machine. It was a Raspberry Pi compute module. And that exhausted the inodes, right? The funnier part is how you clean that up, but we'll get to that here in a second here. But not only exhaust the inodes, maybe blocks as well. All right, so remember when file names were limited to 8.3? Yeah, 8.3. Good days, good days. But so you still have the FAT problem there, right? So that would have been on FAT 16 or FAT 12. There wasn't a FAT, yeah, there was a FAT 8, wasn't there? I think there was a FAT 8. There's long before FAT 32. But the problem is, you still had a file allocation table, and that's a table of blocks on the disks, right? So you have a limited amount of FATs per file system, and once you exhaust that, you can't write files anymore, right? Even if you have blocks available, because you don't have any more FATs available, you can't do anything. But yeah, so the problem that happened was, so funny because I'm using ngrok right now, but so somebody wrote a cron job that would look if ngrok was running, and if it was running for more than an hour, it would kill ngrok, just so that it didn't sit there and run forever and leave a backdoor into somebody's network, right? Totally acceptable, makes sense. The problem is they only tested to see that it would actually kill ngrok. They didn't, at least in their final testing, check to see what happens if ngrok wasn't running. What happened when ngrok wasn't running was that it threw a Python stack exception. Because they were passing an empty string to stir FP time, and Python threw an exception. This cron job ran every 15 minutes. Now, who knows what happens when your cron job returns a non-zero status code and has output? Anybody want to answer? Take a crack at it. It emails the administrator. So what happens when, for some reason, email is misconfigured on the machine, and it thinks that the administrator's email address is an external email address, even though it's a local email address? Well, the output of the cron job gets saved to the spool file. Then XM, in this case, sent a bounce email back to the administrator again, saying they couldn't reach them, as well as sending the failed message to the administrator as well. So every 15 minutes, we were creating 3 files that were less than a K each. This machine had been running for years. I mean, rebooted, whatever, but the mail spool doesn't get emptied. And these just kept running until, well, we didn't fill the disk because the files are small, right? So we didn't exhaust the blocks on the disk. We exhausted the inodes on the file system. So we couldn't create any more files because it couldn't add indices, right? Think of, for programmers, a better example of inodes is like a statically sized string, right? So you've got, we've got car, foo, 24 or 25, right? What happens when you get to 26? You can't, right? Well, I mean, in C you can, but you shouldn't, right? You can't address 26. You're screwed. You die, right? That's what happens. Think of an inode as each one of these, right? Totally see why you remembered it from 2007. Yeah. Well, the 2007 one was different because back then there was a limit on extended 2 or extended 3 file systems where you could only have 32,767 directories in a directory. But it was similar. We had exhausted the inodes on that directory rather than the entire file system. So similar, but not quite the same. Where's I going to go with that now? Oh, but yeah. So the fun part is, how do you delete these files? So we had some 300,000 some odd files to delete. You may or may not be aware that there is a maximum length to a command that you can run in your shell. Most of them, it's 32,767 bytes because they used a buffer of of a signed short, basically, as the size, right? So, you know, EFFF, right? No, why do I always do this wrong? 7F. Right, is it? Oh, wow, why can I never get this right? 30,768. That's not 68. That's not 68 either. Not hex. We want deck. No, we want hex of that. No, 66. Yeah, there we go. 7 FFE. I don't know why. Hex is hard sometimes, right? Basically, the buffer size is something like this, or actually, it's probably this, right? And, you know, that's a number that sticks out because, you know, it's a complement of 2, so it sticks out. It makes sense. But yeah, so the question is, you know, how do you delete these files? And there's one little tool we've all probably used, but it's like the joke with tar, right? Where, like, if you want to really nerd flex in front of people, you can use tar without looking at the help or the man page, right? Which is stupid because tar is a pretty simple command and people just overthink it all the time, or underthink it is really the answer. But the solution we ended up going with, so me and my coworker we had a number of these machines. I think it was 18 of them that ran into this problem. I can't remember exactly. So we were trying to get through them and clear them up as fast as possible. But so what he ended up doing was, the only way we were going to be able to do this was using find. So he did find find var spool message log was one of the directories. I don't remember what the other one. Var spool mail maybe. So he did this find that minus. I think he did pipe xargs minus n1 rm minus f. This works. Oh, sorry. We should do find minus type f, and you can do an iname in there if you want, whatever, right? But his was taking forever to run because we didn't talk about what command to run in the first place. But I went ahead and ran var spool message log type f dash delete. Mine finished way faster. Because we didn't have to do a pipe. Oh, this is supposed to be xargs, my bad. Right, it skipped the pipe to xargs and an exec to rm. Right, mine just let find do all of it. Unlike, no, just let, so find is most likely calling unlink when you give it the delete command. So. Tar's tape archive, name from back when people used actual spools. Yeah, yep, very true. It's like, xargs can be great. It can also be real annoying. Also, an acceptable answer here would have been var spool message log dash type f dash ex exec rm minus f. That's okay too, except you're still spawning the rm, right? So you've got extra stuff in there that's going to cause issues. But this is by far the fastest way to do it, right? So this is going to go and find every single file in var spool message log and delete it, and it's going to do it quickly. Right, because if you you can't do rm minus f var log message log star. That doesn't work. That'll error. Too many arguments. You could do rm minus rf var log message log. This will work, or rf message log. This will work, but you have to recreate the directory, right? And that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? That's okay. But this is still going to take roughly the same amount of time as this, because it still has to look up all the file or everything, all the inodes, find the right blocks, delete it. We're actually not going to delete the blocks, but yeah. So LTO tape archives are still things. Probably not. Yeah, I mean, but even then, like the tar command is just dealing with the stream of data, right? Like, okay, great. It was for tapes. Sure. But it's still a stream of data, right? Just like every single pipe is in the Unix world. It's just a stream of data. An HTTP request is a stream of data, right? You can pass it to tar. It's fine. Docker containers are tar archives, right? Like the Open Container Initiative container format is built on tar files. They're still in heavy use everywhere. Wonder if you give Microsoft headache with all these little files in OneDrive? Probably. Go give them more. Never even had an inode problem. The more you learn, yeah. A lot of people don't, right? And that's fine. That's good, right? But like I said, this is one of those reasons why, like, I'm just like, I don't care what AI does. Right? Like, great, cool. I'm glad it's helpful for you. It's just, no. Like, maybe if we could take all the stuff I've experienced and put into an AI and I could reference it, cool. But in the meantime, it's just not necessarily great use of my time. Right? Again, not trying to sound pretentious or anything, just the amount of crap I run into is very different. Or the amount and nature of the crap I run into is very different than what most people run into. So it's just like, yeah. LTO 9 is mad money for the infrastructure to do it? Yeah, it is. I used to try to do stuff with, I don't even remember what it is. I've got a bunch of SCSI 3 tape drives in my basement, and I never actually got them running. I've had them installed in machines, but then I never had tapes. And now I just run ZFS everywhere, and I have an offsite mirror, so I don't care about tapes anymore. Also, tapes to back up my NAS would, yeah, not be worth it. So, yeah. All right, we got an ad coming here. I got to run and grab water here, too. So I will be back in a moment. While we're in Bizarro ad land, I'm surprised nobody has pointed out the change in the background. Secondhand tapes are quite cheap, but what you will expect them for backup? Yeah. Also, I have, what's the exact count right now? Oh, that's not what I want. I'm currently sitting at 182 terabytes in my NAS. How many tapes is that? A lot of tapes. So it's not practical. Ugh. Working on your own stuff, basically listening like a podcast. Yeah, that's cool. It's cool. I used to be on some podcasts. Not anymore. Long story we're not going to get into. All right, so should we actually try to write this stuff? So a lot of the times we'll get questions too. Actually, we'll wait, and we'll get 10 more seconds of the ad. I was going to describe what we're doing, but we'll wait till the ad's done. You got a Geico homeowner's ad? What the hell? You're turning into your parent. Don't worry, we all are. We all are. The Kramlich genes are very strong. That's all I'm gonna say. They are definitely not recessive genes. So, all right. So we're gonna try to get back to this a little bit. So we are currently working on a doc to describe the changes between Purple 2 and Purple 3. The other part of this is the idea of this is it's going to work like an FAQ, or frequently asked questions. And the idea is for it to be as encompassing as possible without literally telling everybody every single step of the way, because that's just a nightmare for maintenance. But a lot of times people ask me about Mason, why we moved to it and stuff like that. So I'm realizing right now that this will also work to answer those questions too, which is cool. Right, so like earlier we were talking about CMake versus Mason versus Auto Tools, right? Well, one of the big things here right now, like it's annoying that, okay, you know, Mason, it's awesome, but it still has some caveats, right? Some people don't like that it's Python because it's hard to deploy. So snaps or flat packs, you wouldn't use Mason to build a snap or a flat pack. I mean, in theory you could, but like those have their own tooling to build their stuff automatically, right? So like this is how we build our development flat pack, right? This is a custom YAML file that for Flatpak builder to build a flat pack. And at one point in time, we were adding a custom target into Mason to do this, to run it for you. And then I realized, well, this is dumb because you would have to generate a build directory to be able to run the command, which means you're going through the configure step of everything for no reason, right? So in our makefile, we just give you the command to run Flatpak builder. So install Flatpak, and then once that's successful, you can run this command, and then you can just blink, and it'll build a Flatpak against that, right? Like there's no reason to try to integrate that with Mason, right? Because it works completely outside, or because it's not that it works out, like having Mason call it, it's just extra steps where like, okay, cool, you got a shortcut for it, just put a script in the root directory, right? That runs the command, or just give people the command and have them copy paste it. Because both Flatpak builder and I'm sure Snap builder is, I haven't done anything with Snap. You know, they're all encompassing. They're going to cover everything that they need to build that Flatpak, or geez, I've got something going on IO-wise on my system. I think one of my disks are dying again. And that's why everything's so slow. It's only when it hits disks. But yeah, like you just run the commands directly. It's fine. Right. So, ugh. Yeah, see, like it's not even much that's going on here. That's the stupid part. But I guess Flatpak's probably downloading, but Firefox is just crushing disks. But like, there's not a whole lot going on my machine. I mean, my load average is 5, but like, there's 255 tasks for 64 cores. No, I have no spinning disks. So like, this NVMe drive's a piece of shit. If you put it in your machine, it gets slow. It might be the drive's okay, but when I took this out and replaced it with a SATA SSD, the problems went away for a while. Now they're back. I think the problem is the Threadripper. The problem with the Threadripper is they don't get as much test, which is silly because of how many kernel developers have Threadrippers to build faster. That's why I bought and built one. But like stuff just doesn't get tested well. And like here, so depackage myself, pipe grab, Linux image. You know why? Well, okay, I can prune these, but do you know why I have 6.12.2938 6.8.12 installed? This is my absolute fallback that this kernel worked great. But every now and then, one of these, everything is crash happy. Like I can't even open Gmail without Firefox crashing. But if I switch kernels, works fine. It's just like, oh, okay. So like, this isn't clear, but is there a better way to do this? I don't know. Actually, these are all SSDs. This one I should probably replace. This is a really old Kingston drive. I think this is this an Evo? Oh no, that's a PNY drive. Okay, yep. But then that's the Kingston drive, and then these are the Samsung Evo drives. Right? All of them are SATA SSDs. But something goes weird, and I/O goes to shit. Looking at Pidgin, would it be able to connect to Twitch chats? Yes. So Twitch is, technically speaking, IRC. Realistically, it is a very, very un poquito subset of IRC. So I started writing, there's a long history of Pidgin with Twitch on this stream, because obviously it would make sense for me to be using Pidgin to talk in this stream. But I started a protocol plugin to talk to Twitch to make things work better. Realistically speaking, I started it in Pidgin 3, then I was like, no one's going to use this, we got to make it work in Pidgin 2, so I tried to port it to Pidgin 2. I started trying to implement emotes and realized that Pidgin 2 just does not live in a world where Twitch emotes would ever work. So I started porting it back to Pidgin 3, but then never finished it. And now the new kicker is Twitch, they haven't officially deprecated the IRC API, but they are slowly removing it and pushing everybody over to PubSub. So at some point, I will be picking it back up and making it work. But for now, you can still connect with IRC. Oh, okay, you just said all that, yeah. But yeah, so I have a plugin that's will eventually be written back to talk to Twitch. But yeah. Yeah, you can still use the IRC version, it'll work. If you want it to not annoy the shit out of you, Ian Robb wrote a plugin called Know Who IRC. No IRC/who, my bad. And this will stop IRC from running the who command. Twitch doesn't implement the who command. And when Pidgin 3 hits like protocol problems and stuff, it pops up a dialog to tell you. I say Pidgin 3, Pidgin 2. When Pidgin 2 hits a protocol error, stuff like that, the IRC protocol will say unknown command. So you get that constantly because we use who to update the status of everybody in the conversation list. And as you'll notice in the doc we're working on right here, Purple 2 didn't really have a way to define notifications. Pidgin 2 did a bit of this by, no, that's not the one. Where's, oh, that was in the async API. That's how I wrote it. Most API in Purple 2 was asynchronous, but not in a way that could reliably, but not in a way that you could reliably get the result of them. This is one of the reasons why Pidgin 2 and earlier had so many pop-up windows. An action would be fired off asynchronously, and by the time we had the result, we had lost all context to the request, and the only way to let the user know was to pop up a dialogue. Right. Oh, that's why you're asking? Yeah, so there's a plugin to fix that. Or, yeah, whatever. Yeah. So, all right, well, let's fix all this stuff. Oop, close this. Asynchronous API. Most APIs in Purple 2 were asynchronous, but not in a way where you could reliably get the result of them. This is one of the reasons why Pidgin 2 and earlier had so many pop-up windows. An action will be fired off asynchronously, and by the time we have the results, and the only way to blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so at some point, oh Jesus, this is still doing the Flatpak build. So like I have a repository for it. I have a lot of work on it. I think yeah, but like it needs to be ported to Pidgin 3, to Purple 3, and it needs to move to the event sub stuff rather than the IRC stuff. And that's something we'll probably get into here soonish. So sorry, I don't know. I somehow had a whole bunch of shit on my Fitbit. And I still don't know. I'm so bad at navigating this stupid thing. I somehow told it I was taking a walk. Okay, there we go. Now it's back to the time. Shit, it's already 2. We've been trying to figure out how to get Pidgin 3 to the next level. So then right now we're doing experimental releases, and the point of the experimental releases is to show that we have work happening, right? That we are actually building this damn thing and it is coming together. It's just taking a long time, right? And the reason why we want people aware of that is Pidgin 2, I mean, it works. It's not ideal, but it works and exists and it's out there. But the problem is Pidgin 2 still uses GTK 2. GTK 2 has been in maintenance mode for a very long time, and Linux distributions want to get rid of it, including Debian. And if you follow the Linux news at all, you will know that Debian just released Debian 13 this weekend. On the chopping block now, I don't know exactly, I haven't paid attention to the bugs or anything, but now that Debian 13 is out, they're going to start knocking out and getting rid of packages that they don't want and stuff anymore, right? Including GTK 2. Now, is that going to get released? Is that going to get axed in Forky? That's Debian 14. The next version is going to be named Forky. I don't know. But the issue I'm trying to deal with is we're trying to get something together so that the distribution packagers see that we're still here, we're still alive, and that we're not stuck on GTK 2 anymore. We're just behind, right? Like we're getting there, we're just behind. It's gonna take some time, right? Because like the distribution packagers, I don't want to say there's a love and hate thing with them, but like a lot of people find stuff from their package managers, even though like in the world of chat, having stuff in a LTS, a long-term support distro, is not ideal because chat networks break, things change, you have to update, and long-term support distros typically only update packages for security issues. And generally speaking, they will only update the security issue, right? This is one of the reasons why we're pushing Flatpak so hard for Linux, is we want people to use the Flatpak if they're on an LTS distro. Because what happens is if you're on an LTS, or hold on, let me finish the other story first. So we want the packagers to see that we're still around, because if we lose those packagers, it's very hard to find good distribution packagers. It's not that we necessarily find them, it's that somebody has decided that they're gonna adopt our packages or adopt any package and then maintain it inside of a distro. And what ends up happening is they usually end up taking on more work than they can support, and they get burned out. And this is why Debian has super old versions and stuff like that, because the people doing the packaging are all volunteers. Not enough people are doing it, and people get burned out because they're doing too much work. So what I want to do is make sure that we don't lose them, right? So we're trying to get some sort of a release out as soon as possible so that they can package it, and then, you know, Pidgin 2 can disappear. They can drop it because GTK 2 is getting dropped, and then Pidgin's still there, and we still have them as a packager, right? That's the idea. Is it going to happen? Am I going to be successful? Probably not, but we'll see, right? So anyways, the bigger problem we have with end users on LTS distros is that the LTS distro won't update Pidgin. So then some motivated users will sometimes try to compile Pidgin. We don't want to tell them not to, right? But what ends up happening is, like, they're not necessarily used to compiling software, let alone something that has as many dependencies as Pidgin does. Now, we're by no means a web browser, right? It's not going to take you 14 hours to do a build. It's a couple minutes on a modern machine, less than 5. On my machine, it's way faster because I have so many cores, but that's fine. That's not the point here. But like that's so I can develop faster. But what ends up happening is like, so they end up installing from source, and maybe we spend a bunch of time supporting them, walking them through it, and they get it and everything. Cool. Then we release a new version. They're not used to doing this. They needed a lot of help. Guess what? They need a lot of help again. Okay. We'll walk them through it. We'll go through it, blah, 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 right? Cool, cool. We do that a couple times. Maybe they get a little bit better with it, stuff like that, whatever, yada, yada, yada. Then the next version of the distro comes out. And they forgot that, so they update and they forget that they had Pidgin installed from source. And they then install it from the package manager. And they still have the old version when they run it. Because typically speaking, your path has user local bin before user bin. Now we have to support them and figure out their machine, right? These are all tons and tons of issues, right? It's nobody's fault, but it's a bad situation, right? So by us supporting and building a flat pack, we avoid a lot of these issues. Because the answer is, instead of installing from your distro, in this case, in your LTS, right? And this is specifically for us. I don't have a strong feelings one way or another, being like, all apps should be in Flatpak. I should snap. I don't care, right? I don't care. You do whatever you want to do. But what I want our users to do on LTSs is to use a Flatpak, or if somebody else is building a snap, use the snap. Because that way they're going to continually get updates from GNOME software or just the Flatpak command or whatever, right? All that's just going to work. And they're not going to have any problems. Their support burden's going to go lower. Everybody's going to be happy, right? We have more time to work on code, to work through issues and bugs and everything, and the users get what they want, right? That's the idea, right? And so like right now, our releases are, we have a Flatpak that's available. You can go grab it right now. We're doing quarterly releases right now. But we are not on the normal FlatHub store. So you have to add a remote for FlatHub Beta, but Beta gets weird. And so Beta will always trump the normal Flatpak store. So we are using this as a way to try to get more users and get them, and not necessarily collect users, but give users something to work with that's not going to totally mess up their machine. And then, you know, they'll get mad at us and stuff like that, right? So this guy right here, once it loads, like I said, IO issues, whatever, right? So this is in FlatHub Beta, right? This is just normal GNOME software. If you add a remote for FlatHub Beta, you can go and install Pidgin 3 right now. And you can see, right, we have a FlatHub. We have a Flatpak. This is maintained by me. I upload it. We got a whole bunch of screenshots here showing how everything works, blah, blah, blah. But there's no website for this because I don't know why. But FlatHub doesn't want to do that, right? So download size is 6 megs on top of the GNOME runtime, right? Probably safe. Has network access, can access microphones and play audio. Yep. Works on phone, tablets, and desktops. We haven't tested it much on tablets and desktops, or tablets and phones, but yeah. Rating stuff, whatever, right? This is 2.92.1, 6 weeks ago. Next release will be in 6 weeks. We're doing quarterly releases on the last day of the quarter. So, but yeah, like it's there. So the idea is we're going to be pushing, we're going to be managing a Flatpak so that people who are in long-time support distros can use it. And not even just that, anybody can use it, right? Like if you don't want to wait for your package manager to, or your packager on your distro to package it, it'll be on FlatHub within hours. So yeah. Free software is a double-edged sword. With proprietary software, no one has to see the insane build process is. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, proprietary software does not do this. Yeah, because Docker runs their own. So there, there is Docker.io in Debian. I don't know if it got fixed finally in Trixie. No, it's still there. Depends on libc, systemd, add user container d, IP table, sysv, init, utils, run c, and teeny. So yeah, I mean, it's there, right? It isn't unstable anyways. Yeah. So Debian had to call it docker.io because Docker, when they built their package, oh, I guess I got rid of it now. So there was a package named Docker before Docker existed because naming things is hard. Docker, if I'm not mistaken, was a thing to like a system tray doc, but for the window maker, window manager, I believe. I'm dusting off a lot of cobwebs here, but I think that's what it was for. But that said, if you're just starting to play around with containers, you might have a better experience with Podman. And Podman, you can literally alias it to Debian or to Docker, and it'll work fine. And Podman has some other fun stuff with it too. WM Docker? Okay. Is that what it is now? Okay, yeah. I just realized I might have been confused. Docking application, window maker. Okay, it does say window maker. Jack size system tray for any desktop environment, allowing you to have system tray without running KDE no panel. Docker was designed to work with OpenBox too, but it should work fine anyway. Yeah. You're playing with running OS X Docker on QEMU right now to build iOS apps? Oh boy. Yeah, good luck with that. And actually, what is OS X Docker? Is that a container? But oh, so anyways, I was gonna point this out. So these three we'll come back to, but Reaper 4. It's a little hard to understand, but so this is Linux, ARM64. This is a Raspberry Pi, I believe. System properties. Where did I put this? I added a custom property for like distro. Yeah, there's system distro. This is Raspberry Pi OS on a Raspberry Pi 5, right? Reaper 05 is a little bit more fun. This is this is OpenGTK. This is FreeBSD. It's not 14.1. It's FreeBSD 14.3 now, I think. Whatever. Reaper 06 is OpenBSD 7.6. Reaper 7 is whatever the hell macOS 15.5 is. Reaper 08 is Windows 11. Reaper 10, now this one's more fun. So this is just a typical Debian Trixie, but when we find Arch, it's RISC-V 64, RISC-V 64. Right? That's our current build agents. I have another one I need to get in here, and I just haven't finished because I want to write the Ansible for it, and I just haven't because busy, tired, any other number of things to do. But then we have these guys here. These are just normal Linux guys, but they have a tool I wrote a long time ago called Convey that will let you run containers as like a local pipeline. The intent was for this to always become its own CI system, but there's just not enough time in the days anymore. But we still use it because it's here and it works. But this lets us do crazy shit like... So those are our 9 build agents, right? And then if you look at our G-plugin builds for G-plugin, we build for Alpine Edge 64, that's a Linux distro. We build with Clang, the C compiler. We do a build with code coverage from the unit test. We build on Debian Trixie for AMD 64, RISC-V 64. We run our dist target. We run our docs target. These are out of date, but we build for Fedora the current supported Fedora releases, right? So these need to be updated because it's 4041 in Rawhide right now. FreeBSD 14, we make sure our translation stuff. No, this is to output the hot file, I think. To output our translation file. We build on Mac OS, we build on OpenBSD, we build on OpenSUSE. Well, apparently that's failing right now for some reason. I need to investigate. We build on Raspberry Pi Trixie, ARM64. We run everything under scan build. We build on Ubuntu Noble. We run our unit test under Valgrind, and we build on Windows with MingWi 64. You will not see that in a proprietary project because it is not cost efficient when you can just build a single Linux binary in a Flatpak or whatever. The reason we do this is sooner or later, our users are going to try to build stuff on weird Linux distros. And I shouldn't even say weird. They're just going to, with enough time, people will build Pidgin on every distro. The problem is those people may or may not be technically inclined. And they may have take up a lot of time to figure out what's going on and happen, right? No Itanium, yeah. I mean, if you want to donate an Itanium, we can figure that out. But I don't know that I want to pay the power for running an Itanium node in my basement. But because all of these run in my basement, every single one of these build agents is in my basement, all of them. Actually, sorry. Oh, no. The Macs are in the basement, too. The Mac and the Windows are in the basement. I have development Mac and PCs in my living room that I RDP into. What was I saying? Oh, but so we build on all this stuff because it's so much easier for us to see the build fail and then troubleshoot it and fix it right away than it is to try to walk somebody else through it. And that applies equally as much so to somebody trying to build Pidgin from source because their distro doesn't have the most recent version, right? So if we find this stuff ahead of time, it's much easier. Way warmer than it should be. I can tell you that much. Because I also have a 5-node Kubernetes cluster in my basement. Yes, I have too much hardware. I could run a sizable large language model in my basement. I'm not going to, but I could. No, my basement is very, very messy. Or actually, hold on. I might have some that are okay. Except I have to find them. So, when I messed up my NAS a while ago, and I had to fix it in all sorts of fun, crazy ways. This is one machine with 19 hard drives connected. This is my NAS. So you can't see it underneath here, but there are, in the chassis, there are 12, you can kind of see one here, 12 SAS drives. And I had to add 5 additional drives on top, and I had one more hanging off the front via USB. I don't really need to cool the basement, because it's a basement. Yeah, I keep that there because it's funny. It's an authentic, original Windows 98 CD that I used to install on a machine. So, yeah. But yeah, so anyways, so you'll see I had one power supply here and another power supply here. And if you look real closely here, oh, I must have turned it off. No. Oh, yeah, maybe I didn't start yet. The pin, or it just isn't showing, but the pins are jumped to make the power supply turn on. Or they should have been. Or it kind of looks like it's there, but I don't know. But yeah, I had to use another power supply to get all the drives in that machine powered and working. So, yeah. So let's see. I think I shared these with Swills. Okay, so this doesn't quite look like this anymore, but that's okay. So there's the NAS where it normally resides. Right. That. So there's the NAS where it normally resides. That's an UPS for the network hardware. That's the gateway, whatever thing they give me for fiber internet. Behind that is a Unify UDM Pro SE, which is my router. This is an older setup, or no, maybe this is newer. I believe this is the M1 Mac for testing. Under here, I can't tell exactly which one it is. Is a Windows machine. It's a Beehive B-Link machine, just a mini PC. So that's all that's in the rack right now. There's another switch back there. There's a Unify 24 port switch in the back there too. You can't see. That's the ONT for the fiber connection. That's an antenna. I have an HD home run hanging off in the background back here that the antenna plugs into. That HD home run is basically over-the-air TV with a network adapter. And yeah. I'm actually building a HD home run protocol plugin for Purple 3 so that we can work on the voice and video API. You had it with a cable card? Nice. Yeah, this is just all over the air. But then, so here's my Kubernetes cluster. Right, so there's the 5 nodes in the Kubernetes cluster. I believe that's the controller. And yes, everything is labeled. It's hard to see, but everything is labeled. Then... is that the Pi hole? One of these is a Pi hole. One of them is the RISC-V SBC, and then there's I think the Raspberry Pi is in here. No, the Raspberry Pi is over here now. So that's that part of the basement. Do I have a picture of the other one handy? I don't know. Oh, maybe. Oh, here's the rack before I got the shelf here. I apparently did not. Oh, man. Copy image link. Right. So it was a little different. I had 2 Mac Minis in there, but you know, mostly the same. Blah blah blah. So. This is what, where was that? This is what the Kubernetes cluster used to look like before I got that shelf. That's the RISC-V machine sitting on top. And yes, of course, my basement has wood paneling. I'm in the Midwest. Empty shelf space equals the opposite of messy. I don't know what that, but the shelf is definitely not empty nowadays. Yeah, we're going to not share those pictures because that is just the mess of my workbench area down there. Did I not actually get the damn nodes? I did like a fucking spin around panorama bullshit, but not the actual nodes. Where the shit is this? Okay, hold on. Yeah, like I skipped the damn nodes. What the hell? Oh, no, there we go. Okay. So, this looks a little bit cleaner now, like right now, but not what you're going to see. So, this is a satellite NAS I'm building that's going to go to my cousin's house, and I have all the parts to build another one. I haven't done it yet. And right now it's just sitting down there. It's receiving ZFS snapshots from this machine. Why a RISC-V box? Why not? We try to compile on everything because it's much easier for us to find. It's much easier for us to find and fix bugs in our build toolchain than it is to try to walk a user through it. So we're trying to build on everything we can because of that. Did I pick any of these up on Facebook Marketplace? Sometimes, right? We've gotten a few machines out there for cheap. Yeah, so like you'll see I have a bunch of these Dell small form factor PCs. A lot of these, what'll happen is people will have them in an office or something, and then they'll upgrade their entire fleet, and then they'll sell the old ones for cheap, right? And that's where I get a lot of them from. But like, so that's a UPS right there. There's a 8-port PoE switch there. This is my VM host at the moment. It's just a Ryzen box. bunch of memory, a couple hard drives, whatever. It's not running Proxmox or anything. It's just a Debian install with libvirt on it. But then this is Reaper 1, 2, and 3. And then this is the machine that runs one of the monitors up here. It's a machine for me to use when I'm down there. And then this is a dead UPS that doesn't fucking work. It works, but the batteries are dead. The second it clicks over, everything's gone. But yeah, I've cleaned up the mess around here a bit, but I've got more to do. And right now the NAS is still sitting on the bench here. Because after I fixed it, I just didn't move it back yet because I want to put a new CPU sink on it, heat sink on it. And I thought I had some other upgrade for it. Oh, I was going to put a 10 gig NIC in it, but it turns out I only have 2 PCIe 8 or higher. And those are both used by SAS cards right now. So I can't put a 10 gig NIC in because I don't have any PCIe slots. So yeah, that's the basement picks. Everybody happy with the tour? Good. Not going to happen anytime again soon. But yeah. But yeah, like I said, the whole point of building on everything is because it's much easier for me to fix it than it is to walk somebody through, okay, well, install this dependency. Oh, you're going to need this one too, and this, and this. And then, like, sometimes they get overzealous and they install or something, right? And something goes wrong and, like, there's miscommunication. Or I can just look at the build agent that's failing, go, oh, and then fix the problem, right? It's much easier that way. Much easier that way. So, yeah. But yeah, so we've got ARM64, Linux. We have x86, lots of other Linuxes. At one point, we had ARM64 FreeBSD, and we could probably do that again. Oh. Can I take this off easily? Let me grab a screwdriver. You guys are going to love this one. So at some point I should set this up, but so I don't know how many of you have worked at like an OEM or something before, but like eventually like pieces will come back or machines will come back and they'll get marked for scrap, right? And some places are real stingy with scrap, like they'll want to send it to their scrap people so they can get some sort of money for it or whatever. The place I'm at now is not really one of those places. Oh, fuck, the screwdriver doesn't work here. Let's try the flathead. So you heard me talk earlier about the, yeah, that'll work. The Raspberry Pi Compute Module 3 lights. So we've had ones that were scrapped and like they couldn't fix them, whatever, but it turns out that, hey, they actually work. Now, some of them I did grab are bad. But at some point, actually, why don't I just turn on the overhead? Much more sense. Yeah. So at some point, we'll probably get this thing working. Originally, I was going to try to make this a Kubernetes cluster. But the problem is there's just not enough memory. By the time you run kubelet, you don't have a whole lot of memory to spare for tasks. Or for workloads. Where does this lid come off? I don't remember. Yep. So, this guy. I have 2 more of these in my basement, but I haven't turned them on yet. Or I haven't brought them out yet because I didn't take the lid off of this. These are CM3 lights. This is a carrier board with SD cards for all of them. Which these SD cards suck. I need to buy better ones. Or make everything use like network storage or something. But this is a Turing Pi 1 board. You'll see it's got a battery for a real-time clock. It has an integrated switch, so you plug in a gigabit NIC here, and it gives 10 megabits to each Pi, because the Pis only have a 10 megabit connection by default, right? You get a couple USB ports that'll go to specific Pis, stuff like that, and you just have up to a 7-node cluster. Download more RAM? Yeah, I mean, to an SD card? I'm going to pass on that one, right? But yeah, so at some point I'll get this thing actually running again. What's the workload going to be? I don't know. The main idea, though, is to have it run 64 or ARM 64 Linux and BSD distros. That's the main goal. Does this go up or down? I don't remember. There we go. Right. So the goal would be to have it run those. Right. So like the reason we stopped using the so we had a Raspberry Pi 3, I think it was, running FreeBSD ARM, or running FreeBSD just in general, but it kept killing the SD card. Like we went through like 3 SD cards before it's just like, dude, just forget it. And yeah, so if we move these to like network storage or NFS or something, they pixie boot off of NFS, then that's probably fine, right? But at some point, we'll get back to this and go from there. And this is a case I just got from a scrap giveaway at when I worked at an OEM. So, yep. The only thing that's not scrap is this board, and it was like $200. But, yep. So like, yep, I have 7 computers. Well, okay, I only have 5 here right now, but I have 2 more computers in the basement to go in here. But yep, I have 7 computers in one case. I have too much hardware. I just have too much junk in general. But I especially have way the hell too much hardware. Now imagine if I rewrote it all in Rust. You get confused sometimes with L's blocking your desktop. It must be hard to keep track of. What do you mean? What's hard to keep track of? Or what do you think is hard to keep track of? Okay, can we actually write this line? I tried to write for like 3 hours. Oh boy. All right, so oh no, we're not asynchronous. We were looking at the Mason stuff. Speaking of development environments or DevEms, Purple 3 code base is set up so that you do not need to install it to run it. DevM will set up everything to make it happen and to make it runnable. How the fuck do you spell? Is it 2? Sure, I don't know. Someone's gonna yell at me. For example, you can run Mason dev and Pidgin 3 from a build directory, and it will start Pidgin 3. But you don't need to give it a command. In fact, if you skip the command either, I hate trying to write docs and like trying to find the voice of like the helpful person that's right, you know, helping you through this, and I don't know, it's just it's really hard for me. In fact, if you skip the command, Mason will start your default shell with the dev-env setup for interactive debugging or even development. This is nifty, or this is helpful if you're trying to, or if you're, I don't want to say trying, if you're working on something that uses libpurple, like a protocol plugin, a UI, etc. You can mason devenv in the purple build direct, purple 3 build direct. So one of the things that's going to be weird, and I should probably note this at some point, is we have the intention of splitting the repository at some point, and we want to do this before the alpha. And what that means is the repository name is Pidgin. We are going to use hdconvert to pull everything libpurple out of the repository and create a new repository that will only be libpurple. This is going to be a little weird, and people are going to be mad because we're not going to have a mono repo anymore, but the mono repo is, we're done with it. It's been a pain. It's caused a whole lot of weird issues, and I just don't want to deal with it anymore. So the idea is that libpurple is going to get its own directory, and that's why everything here is being called a reference to libpurple and just purple, right? I'm not referencing Pidgin anywhere except for this part where I just said to run this way. But that's why I'm also talking about another UI, stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's planned and we'll be talking about soon, but I don't want to talk about it yet because I don't want to get people's hopes up and a whole bunch of other things, blah, blah, blah. But as we get closer to an alpha, we'll start talking about that stuff, and we'll see. I've talked about a bunch of it on stream before, but yeah. Pretty good for people wanting to write their own purple front end. Yeah, exactly, right? So like one of the problems we have with our mono repo in the Pidgin 2 days in particular is we had 4 projects in that repo. People really only knew 2 of them. But people most of the time thought it was one of them, right? They thought Pidgin was by itself and it was just one big project, right? The 2 that people knew was Pidgin and libpurple, and then if you were a little bit more savvy, you'd know Finch was in there too, right? Which is a ncurses front end to libpurple. But what basically nobody knew except hardcore Finch people is that we also had our own ncurses toolkit library in the codebase named libgnt, right? One of the problems is, since nobody ever knew about GNT, nobody else ever built anything on top of GNT except the person that built GNT. So a long time ago, we split out libgnt with the hope that maybe somebody would show up and start working on it. But the thing is, there's so much more prettier and easier to use libraries out there for terminal interfaces. I can't even think of the name of the Go ones. But like, even if you look at not curses and, what's the one Togglebit wrote? Ananthem or something? They're just, I don't want to say, I haven't looked at Ananthem enough to know if it's better or not than GNT. But like, there's so many alternatives out there, nobody's going to pick up GNT, right? This is one of the reasons why we've essentially dropped Finch, is it needs to be rebuilt on top of another toolkit. Because us trying to maintain a UI with a custom toolkit is too much additional work when nobody in the core team uses it, right? It's all just burden and no ROI for us. It's not worth it. But so anyways, we split out GNT. We've deleted Finch. The last thing we need to do is split out Purple and Pidgin. And we'll get to that at some point. I'm not sure when we're going to do it. We should probably do it sooner rather than later, now that I think about it. It's going to be a little bit of a pain. Yeah. I have been very carefully trying to do most of my pull requests to just purposely splitting libpurple and Pidgin. And some others not so much, and that's fine, right? It's not a big deal. But the annoying part is going to be actually kind of a blessing in disguise. Is Pidgin is going to have to track a revision of libpurple until we start doing libpurple 3, like full-blown releases, and that's okay. But that also means that when we make, I don't want to say a breaking change, but when we, well, I will say breaking change, right? Because we're not in a release thing. We're still breaking API and stuff all the time. We can easily break stuff and not break the Pidgin builds, because we can just break libpurple and the entry protocols, and then, you know, when we go to fix Pidgin, we'll update the revision that it's tracking, and then we'll go and fix the breakages, right? Rather than having to do it all at once or come up with stacked pull requests and stuff like that, which is what you get when you have a mono repo, right? Like, a mono repo is great when you're making small changes across a bunch of things, but when you want to make big breaking changes stuff, it absolutely sucks. It's a pain in the butt. We've had to do so much like finagling and like temporary APIs to move stuff around to just make things even make sense, and it sucks. It just sucks. So, all right. Anyways, you can run Mason Dev in the purple dev in the purple 3 build directory to create a shell, and then cd to your what do I want to say? I don't want to say workspace, but I kind of want to. I don't want to say clone to your own project and run and generate your build system with Mason or whatever tool, because Mason has set up the package config path, set up a number, should be 2 words, number of environment variables, including package config, or we'll say path, package config path. I don't know what else this damn thing sets. It's been so long. Mason dev env. I don't know that I can share my entire environment, so let's just look here. Oh, the easier way to do this is going to be env is greater than before, env greater than after, diff minus dup, before and after. Oh, that's another fun thing I can teach you all about too. There's a lot of context here, but it's okay. So package config path, we set config home. That's something we specifically do. We don't need to mention that to people. Oh, GI typelet path. Well, that's because we set it up. That's not Mason doing that. We set it up in the dev environment to do that. Same thing, deal with G enable diagnostics, XGD cast home. Mason sets a Mason dev env environment variable. I didn't know that. I know you all can't see this. I don't know what's possibly sensitive here. Runtime directory. Oh, LD library path. That's a big one. Okay, yep. Oh, okay, and package config. Okay. I'll leave that there for now. Okay, so we want to mention. So we said path, package config path, package config, and even LD library. If you don't know what these environment variables are for, that's okay. These environment variables are what makes everything work without installing. Installing and environment variables are the ones that builds systems look at to find libraries and executables. EXECUT. Okay, just don't like that it's plural. Find libraries and executables as well as run them, which are the standard ones that to find libraries and executables as well as run them, which is why they work with whatever your build system is. This is currently the recommended way to develop against purple 3. Okay. Fuck, we didn't do anything with the protocol stuff yet. Ivanhoe, have you been reading this at all? Do you have a laundry list of typos yet? Oh, I was gonna mention this. So in a dev I don't know if anybody's ever seen this before, but there's this thing called shell level. So you'll notice I am in a shell right now in the dev If I run a shell again and I echo shell level, you'll see it incremented to 3. If I exit this shell and I run shell or echo shell level again, you'll see it says 2. And if I get out of the dev and I echo shell level, you'll see it says 1. This is just a simple counter to help you keep track of if you're in nested shells or not. I don't know of an exact use case for this, except maybe like closing a window or terminal or something. Or TTY. But yeah. No, you haven't. Okay, that's fine. So I have to write the bit on badges yet and the protocol interfaces. But I know you don't have a whole lot of experience with Pidgin 2, but do you have any recommendations of things that you think I should cover from the stuff that's been built in Purple 3? Like, I hit my blog to try to get additional ideas, and I didn't get a whole lot. I got a couple, but not a whole lot. And like, we can always come back and do more later. But I'm just trying to make sure we got a good first pass on stuff. I mean, it's a good first pass. It's a lot. 75 misspelled words. Sweet. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. So far, it's all in links. Oh, this is the big one. Oh, there's some other stuff in here too, but yeah. That's okay. Oh, wait. Did I start badges? I had some ideas for what I was going to do for badges. Yeah, so what I've been doing is I've just been adding sections, empty sections, when I think of something I'm going to add, and go from there. So, because the thing for me when it comes to writing is it doesn't usually want to come out. So when it does, I tend to go overboard because it's coming out. So it's just like, all right, just keep going, keep talking, keep writing, make it happen. Many modern protocols have what we call badges. These are little icons that are displayed. Does fit? Are displayed before or after a contact's name. Sometimes they are conversation specific, like owner, moderator, etc. And other times they are contact specific, like administrator, staff, etc. In Purple 2, we only had support for the conversation specific ones and only in channels. What we now call channels. These were the flag value. But that was a flag? Was that really a flag? That's some. I don't think that was a flag. What? Oh, it is a flag. Okay. Yeah. Okay. These were implemented via the flag. These were functional, but didn't allow the functional for the time, but didn't allow for the kind of customization that I'm trying to think what other protocols have these a lot. Oh, I guess Discord does now. But it's really Twitch that has most of them. I'm sure there's another protocol that does, but I can't think of it. Does Slack show your emoji somewhere? Aha. Yeah, okay. Signal lock for the kind of customization that we would see from Slack, which shows the... Oh, wait, hold on. Might be dumb here. Whee! Yeah. Slack, which... Slack, which shows the presence emoji after someone's name, or the what do I want to say for Twitch here? I'm a bit tired. Yeah, don't worry, Matt. Doing a couple of yeah. No, I appreciate any work you do. I'm sure you've heard me say we have a backlog of reviews. Please don't take that negatively. You're a volunteer. You're doing what you can when you want to. That's perfectly fine. That's not a problem. Don't worry about it at all. Yeah. By all means, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You stop using your smartphone. So if you feel like I'm less active on Discord, whatever. Yeah, you do what you got to do, right? It's a volunteer project. You have put in lots of effort. I mean, shit happens, right? You've got a life you have to live. It's fine. Like, you don't need to apologize to me about not being able to contribute enough to Pidgin. It's fine. It's fine. It's not a big deal. And when I say something like I was saying, like when I say something like we have a backlog of reviews, please don't take that negatively. If any, open source, it's volunteers. You do what you want. You do what you can. When you want to. Whatever. It's like, no problem. Right? It's supposed to be fun and enjoyable. And if it's not, don't do it. Right? It's fine. Or if you got other stuff you have to take care of, I'm not paying you. What the fuck do I care? Right? Like, do what you got to do. Take care of yourself. Don't burn out. Don't be like me. Constantly burned out. um, or the absolute free for all that Twitch has with badges, where there are custom, All right, let's reword this. The other end of these, no, I don't want to say that. Then there is the absolute free-for-all of Twitch that has custom badges per channel. And contact specific badges to is it really just well, no. So bots are channel specific. You don't see a bot tag in their username. There's no staff here, is there? I doubt it, but I'm trying to users in chat. Let's see. Of course, I don't show anything here. I don't know that anybody here is staff or not. All right, well, let's pull up Stream Elements, because Stream Elements is a registered bot. I can't think of anybody that is staff to look at their profile. Oh, okay, yeah, no, we can talk about that. Okay. To signify partners and Twitch staff. If they're, I'm trying to figure out if in a profile on Twitch it shows a badge for a partner or staff for Twitch, literal Twitch staff. Because like generally when they show up in chat, they get a wrench, right? Dirty Briefs is still here. Okay, so okay, as a partner, okay, so like you see the badge in their badges, but it's not like by their name or anything. Okay, I just want to look for somewhere that was actually a partner that wasn't a bot. Like it's very rare for a Twitch staff person to actually talk in here. So if they are in here, I don't want to call them out or anything, but it's fine. And find a badges or they're the true bots. No, I think they're just professional lurkers. Because like if they do leave the staff badge on, because they can like you can control what badge you have, right? So like what badges do I have right now? Bleep. Right, so I've got broadcaster, 98th month subscriber to myself. The Twitch recap 2024, those are my badges, but I can change those by where the chat settings. Oh, I click on badges or something. No, where is this? No, not the emoji guy. Where the hell is this? It's not this guy. It might be different for me right now because I'm in the stream mode. Or whatever. I'm in the streamer dashboard. Oh, I have 2 requests to review of people I banned. Let's see. I'm probably going to go to like, oh, I didn't mean to blah, blah, blah. Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, that's what it is. Edit rewards. Hold on. The stupid typo reward I did, I didn't make it like automatically clear itself. Oh, power-ups, channel points, manage these. So that's what the 2 requests were. I thought it was bans, but it was not. Where is that option? Required viewer to enter text. Skip rewards queue. Cooldown limits. Fine. Okay, I think that's it. That should be good now. Okay. That font, that's better. Twitch TV. Switch to non-mode settings. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now I can hit edit here. So I can change, boom. Now I've got a Twitch Turbo thing, right? So now I have a Twitch Turbo instead of the Twitch Recap 2024. Image, yeah. The VIP is just another badge, right? And the Twitch staff gets a gear, or they get a wrench for staff. But yeah, I was looking to see the way that they actually display it. That's what I was looking for. Because one of the things I'm considering doing, but I haven't decided if we're going to do it that way or not yet, is, so right now the badges get displayed before the username when it's for a conversation member, right? So it's their conversation specific badges get showed before the display name. I was thinking if they have global badges, right, for like Twitch staff or partner or something like that, then we would show them after the name. Right, so it might be a little busy, but that was the rough idea I was going with. But I don't know. So we'll see. So find the conversation specific badges in the property at conversation member : badges. Oh, maybe we should talk about this, because Goodspeed got a little lost on this, but it's okay. Oh no, I think we did talk about it. The conversation members. I didn't explain like how to use them and stuff, but so contacts. To represent contacts in a conversation, there's conversation member, which has additional properties for the contact in the conversation, like conversation specific nickname and typing status. Class at conversation members are managed by class at managed stored in the property at conversation : members property, and should be added and removed, and should be managed via the class at conversation members API. There we go. Like, we'll get to it sooner or later. But yeah, so like we were talking about HD home run stuff before, right? HD home run.local. So like, you see how these have HD here? So like, this is so in the HD home run protocol, these are going to be contacts. They might not be on your contact list. You would have to add them to your contact list to make that happen, but these would be contacts, right? And then these have a contact, or the protocol could add a contact badge, a contact level badge that says HD, right? It's a little weird, it's a little silly, but you know, whatever, right? But like if if the idea of an HD home run protocol plugin doesn't make sense to you, the idea is, so these are all channels that are local over the air, which is cool, fine, whatever, right? So what I can do is, I don't know, I have no idea what's going to be safe here right now, especially at 3 in the morning. Fuck, I need to end the stream. All right, whatever. Let's just grab laugh, sure, right? So we're gonna copy this link. We're gonna jump right here real quick so I can do this. But MPV, no audio, right? Right. So I just ran an MPV command, and boom, I have TV. Right. So the idea is, and oh no, you got my device ID, whatever. Right. So it just started getting MPEG, and then it started going, right. And this is just HTTP. So the idea is, as a protocol plugin, is there won't be chat, but we're going to use this to start figuring out how voice and video is going to work. I don't know, it's some commercial on 4.4, which is laugh, whatever, whatever. But so the idea is we're building this as a protocol plugin out of tree, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. But we're doing this so we can start figuring out how the voice and video stuff is actually going to work. Like, we have a bunch of ideas, we have a bunch of designs, but until we implement it and test it, right? And, historically, Pidgin hasn't had a whole lot of work put into voice and video. And we're trying to make sure that Purple 3 comes out of the box with fully functional voice and video. Because, I mean, I've been streaming here on Twitch for 8 years, and we should totally be able to watch Twitch from Pidgin. Right? So, all right. I think we're going to call it here, though, because it's 3 in the morning. My phone's telling me, or Fitbit on my phone is telling me that I need to start winding down. So we should go and do that. The question is, where are we going to go? And I think I know where we're going to go. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Like, we were trying to do SIP, but SIP got a little out of control with just the way everything works with it. So it just became a matter of, or like one day I was just like, oh, wait, I have this HD home run. And no, we're not going to use WebRTC. We're I don't know why everyone thinks WebRTC is the only codec that's out there. Like, all we have to do is start downloading and we get an H.264 stream, right? Or is it even, whatever, it's an MPEG stream, right? That's all we have to do. That's it. And HD home runs are supposed to be on your local LAN and stuff like that. And it'll just work. Like, we don't have to get crazy about it. We don't have to get weird. We don't have to use ice turn stun or any of that. We just open an HTTP URL. That's it. That's all we have to do. Now, we're going to be using GStreamer so that if somebody needs to use WebRTC, it'll be there and be available for them. But like, I don't need to worry about any of that here, right? And this is one of the things that makes Pidgin very interesting and weird. And I need to pull in Nurbeak at some point. He's one of the GStreamer developers, because like, we're not building a pipeline to talk to one type of codec. We need to build a building block pipeline that can swap stuff in and out to work anywhere, right? Because like, just because this is the sinks we're going to use, the sinks and sources we're going to use in Pidgin, we still have to plummet through libpurple to the protocol plugin that needs to plummet out to everybody else, right? And then we have to plumb in pads and stuff for mics and muting and volume control and all that stuff, and all that has to work, and we need to be able to change them around, right? And just because Pidgin's here, what happens if somebody builds Finch or another UI, right? They need to be able to do something similar. And this is where it becomes a very different problem than most people run into with voice and video. So like, we're never going to use we can't require one specific protocol, and we never would, because we would just use GStreamer, and we're going to take those sections of the pipeline and break them off to who's responsible for them. And then, if the protocol needs to use WebRTC, then so be it, right? But like, libpurple does not care. libpurple is just going to get a GStreamer element with a video feed and an audio feed, and then maybe some pads or controls to do other stuff, and that's it, right? And then likewise, the mutes and stuff to go out, whatever. It's just, this is where it becomes a very different problem than what most people think of when they think of voice in video, right? Because they're just like, use WebRTC. And like, okay, that's great, but like, what happens when you're on a call and on Discord and then somebody calls you on Teams? Like, when those are separate apps, okay, they're fine. But in Pidgin, we need to be able to handle that and account for that. And we need to be able to let you put the Discord call on hold so you can answer the Teams call. And then maybe when you're on the Teams call, you hang up on the Discord call, and then somebody calls you on XMPP or SIP, and then you put them on hold, you jump over to here, you finish that call, you jump back there, or maybe you want to splice them together. I don't know, right? It's a very different problem. And we need to come up with some way to do it. But the first thing is to just get playback. And that's what we're going to do with HG Home Run. So, all right, that's it. We're going to get out of here. We're going to go rate PPY. I forget what you're actually supposed to call him. I haven't rated him in a long time. But we're going to go rate him. I don't know that he has a YouTube for YouTube. Sorry. I will give you his Twitch link because he does not have anything on his Twitch profile here talking about YouTube. Is it Peppy? Okay, thank you. But we're going to go rate Peppy. I don't know what he's working on right now. I obviously have it muted so you can't hear it. But yeah, but anyways, thank you everybody for coming by tonight. Be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube and hit the notification bell for your desired level of notificationery. In the meantime, you can find links to all my social media right over here, including my Mastodon, where I do post when I'm going to be streaming. And you can also join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord right over here as well. So, thank you everybody for coming by tonight, and until next time, adios.